City of Salem, June 25th, 2020, City Council regular meeting. June 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m. remotely to hold a regular meeting for the purpose of discussing any and all business via remote participation in accordance with Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws and Governor Baker's emergency order dated March 12, 2020. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law 30A 20, and Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Salem City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with the right and or requirement to attend this. No person in attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technology means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, or provide comment during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Please click the link below on the city's website with password 966588 or go to the website https://zoom.usa/join and enter the webinar ID 899-4507-0585, followed by the meeting password as directed to do so on the screen, which is 966588. Please note public access via dial-in is not currently available. Please utilize the link below to appropriate devices, smartphones, computers, etc. to attend the meeting. If you are signing up for public testimony, please follow the instructions on the agenda to follow. Watch this meeting live on Channel 22, SATV. Members of the public wishing to speak on the agenda must do so and must, on agenda, must follow the how to sign up public testimony outlined on the agenda below. Members of the public attending this meeting virtually will be allowed to make comments if they wish to do so during the period of the hearing designated for public comment. See the agenda if any public hearings will be taken up by the following and how to participate noted above. City of Salem, June 25th, 2020, City Council regular meeting. A regular meeting of the City Council is being held remotely on Thursday, June 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on June 23rd, 2020 at 12:15 p.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV. Absent are no one. We're all here. Council President, oh, look. McCarthy presided. Councilor Medora moved to dispense with the reading of the previous meeting. All those in favor? Let the record reflect that I saw 10 hands plus my own, 11. I now ask that everyone please rise and join Councilor Hapworth with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilor. First up is public testimony. Public testimony shall not exceed 15 minutes, and it is not a public hearing or a question and answer period. Public testimony shall only pertain to this agenda item. Sign up must occur 30 minutes prior to the meeting. Currently, we have 7 members of the public signed up. Is Madam City Clerk, did Lenny get in? He's first up. I can move him to the end. You have to unmute yourself, sir, ma'am.
Yes, I do not see him signed in unless he signed in under somebody else's email. If you can raise your hand. I did try to call him back. I went to voicemail, but we can go on with the second person, Councilor.
The second person.
Rosa Ordez. So, Rosa, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, you can state your name and address for the record, please.
I guess Andy never was.
Hi, my name is Rosa Ordaz. I'm at 13 Forest Avenue. I just want to voice my support once again for the ADU ordinance before you. I hope that there is a motion to remove the ordinance from the table and that the City Council votes in favor of passing this. I would like to remind my friends and neighbors and elected officials that any percentage below fair market rent is better than zero. I think that the city of Salem has put out data that suggests that our communities of color continue to earn less, our members of communities of color continue to earn less than our white counterparts, and providing a diverse array of affordable housing is one of the key elements to keeping our communities diverse and vibrant. Families are taking a massive impact economically and housing-wise with the COVID-19 pandemic. And when this is all over, how many of them will continue to be able to remain in their homes? I want you to think about where those families are going to go 6 months from now when their leases are up, or if, God forbid, they are evicted at that point. Having a wide option for them is key. So thank you, and I hope that you remove the ordinance from the table and vote favorably upon it today.
Thank you. Next up, I have Flora.
Let me show you this. All right, Flora, upon that, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, you can state your name and address, please.
Flora Tomfat, 30 Northeast Street. So I'm in support of two things. One is the Curtis Park redesign project, which is in Bridge Street Neck neighborhood. It is the primary playground for Carleton School children. And it also, serves the neighborhood well. We've had neighborhood association meetings there, socials, we have many dog walkers and residents that enjoy the park. Currently, it is very, it needs a refresh. The lighting is poor for dog walkers walking at dusk or at night. The equipment is, it could be newer. It could be safer. It's also, the current equipment is like right next to the building, the residential buildings, and maybe in a redesign, they could move it, farther from the building so that the people that need to sleep in the daytime or do work in the daytime can do it. It would be great if it was, it's a good opportunity also to design it so that it's inclusive and accessible for all. There's also a mural there that, that needs to refresh, and, would love to see like some kind of positive, uplifting theme for the kids. So I would really ask that you would, support this project so that the Carleton School kids, can, and the neighborhood can really enjoy and take advantage of this nice, beautiful open space. Thank you. And then I just want to support the inclusionary zoning ordinance. Right now we're not requiring anything of any affordability from the developer. So, we really need to make a requirement of them, and something is better than nothing. So I really hope that, it would pass. And thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Madam City Clerk, we have Alvi Ibanez.
All right, Alvi, find you. Where'd you go? She was on there earlier. Am I missing her?
I see two people with their hands raised.
Yeah, that's Yeleni and Nestor. So I'll go to Yeleni next, and I'll see what happened to Alvi.
Okay.
All right. All right, Yeleni, where'd you go? All right, Yeleni, I'm going to, you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Yoleni Noah, 53 Clark Street, Salem, Massachusetts. Thank you, Elaine, for giving me the opportunity to talk, and thank you all the counselor. And sorry to be late. I have a little issue to get into the Zoom meeting, but I'm here. I respect all you guys, and I like you. What you're doing, you service our community as much as you can, and you do a very good job. But one more time, I want to asking big favor to you, please do not support ADU. This is not really affordable. I don't know why they call affordable to the ADU. That's not affordable. So I'm against ADU because that's not help the city. That's not help our community. So once again, please do not vote in favor of the ADU. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, is Alvy on?
I saw her earlier, not right now, so we'll move on to Nestor. Nestor, I'm going to unmute you, so if you unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good evening to everyone. My name is Nestor. Last name is Gullon, Gullon, residing at 14 Harrison Ave, apartment 2 in Salem, Mass. And been here since, I don't know, too long. And I'm glad to have this opportunity anyway to speak to you against the ADU. ADU doesn't mean too much to, for all of us. Doesn't mean there's anything affordable to it. It means that you're gonna really to convert a single family house into 2-family house, and then after that, definitely, tax is gonna be totally different to that person. So I don't think that's gonna help anything in terms of affordability in Salem. Doesn't talk about it anyway at all. I mean, the problem is for the taxpayer that you definitely gonna end up anyway to pay more taxes into the city of Salem. And not only that, you're gonna start bringing more people into Salem. I'm talking about high income family into Salem. And then my question is to the city. So what are you going to do with the low income family that you have here in the Point or around the city or the whole city of Salem? Are we going to build any affordable housing in the ocean? Or what is that going to happen anyway to the rest of those people out there to talk about one day, once and for all, affordable housing here? Because ADU definitely doesn't talk about anything about affordable housing at all. Only talks about to build a garage, and then that garage anyway is going to be, you're going to end up anyway with 2 loans, paying your regular loan for 30 years that you probably, going to end up paying the other second loan anyway for that garage that you're going to build. And then definitely going to really pay more taxes anyway, no matter what. But I don't see anything affordable into this. I mean, I'm against the ADU because even if they say to you in a way about this affordability, you're talking about affordable on where? I don't see that. Nothing's going to happen. What's going to happen is the value of the property, now that we have an R1 property, it's a single house, it's going to be, no matter what, later on, after the year or 2, it's going to be converted in an R2 property. Because you have it's a single property, but it's going to be converted to 2-family house. So that's going to be a problem for taxpayer, and it doesn't talk about anything about affordable housing. So let's make it clear with this. I don't see anything about affordable. The only thing I see is only just to bring more people into Salem and high income family. And what about the low income family? What are you planning to do? All right, but thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Jeff Cohen. I'm going to allow you to speak. Jeff, you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Jeff Cohen, 12 Hancock Street. First, I want to say it's really great that the Mac Park Food Farm is on the agenda to get funded. It's sustainable and resilient, and it would be a great enhancement for Salem. I do want to talk about our housing crisis. We have a housing crisis. You guys are city councilors, you're legislators. It's time to pass housing so that the working people of Salem, all the residents of Salem, people who work here and are no longer able to live here can continue to do so. I was on the OLA meeting, and it was very refreshing, the exercise in democracy that I witnessed. And one of the things that really stood out, Council President, was that Councilor Dibble, who had a kind of alternative to the inclusionary zoning, suggested that it pass on first passage so there could be some debate and compromise to get inclusionary zoning done. So hopefully you will pass that on first passage. And I do want to make an announcement for the people who were on this public comment before me. A couple of meetings ago, it was announced that there is actually significant affordability in the ADU, the new policy. It not only will enable a 20% reduction in rent, it will lower people's taxes to enable them to follow through on this promise. So there is affordability, and I hope that you will pass or bring it to a vote, first passage as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Fuzzy. I'm going to unmute you, and you can unmute yourself and you state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, can you?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Fawaz Abu Sharak Fuzzy, 4 Harrison Road. And I'm gonna make this too fast. One, on the ADU, I'm not gonna repeat what we said before. Please vote it down. Bring it up and just vote it out, and we are done with it till maybe next year or whenever it comes again. That's number one. On the inclusionary, I was at OLA as well. Councillor Double came up with 2 good suggestions to make it good. You turned him down. I would think it's a good time to make those amendments again and vote on them, and that's how first passage should happen. Not vote at it, then try to change, because we know that doesn't work in the past. Ola turned them down and brought we would love to see this ordinance go for first passage. But I think it's very important to agree on Councillor Dibble's suggestions, amendments, whatever you want to call them. Please, he can do it again. If you can hear me through you, Mr. President, please suggest them again, Councillor Dibble. Please accept them and do first passage with them, so maybe we can move on. So ADU, no under any circumstances. Inclusionary zoning, please take Councillor Dibble's amendment, then go for first passage, and we can fix it in committee, and we can do it in time before the time runs out on the ordinance. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, has Alvy come back in?
Not unless she signed up under another computer screen name. We have one person in the audience with a hand raised. So I don't, Mickey Northcutt, I know he didn't, I don't have him signed up, but, and I know that the one person signed up after the deadline, so I don't know, it's up to the will of the body there.
Sure, let the last person is signed up.
Okay, I believe, Pedro, that he's under property owner. Is that correct, Pedro? If you can raise your hand again, I think I saw you. Yeah, okay. You can unmute yourself, Pedro, and you can speak, please, and state your name and address for the record.
You're gonna have to re-log in.
Pedro, that's not coming out right.
It's something, there's something. No, you're gonna have to log out and log back in.
I'm gonna disable you from speaking.
So we don't have Alvy.
No,
Unless they're on through Mickey's login.
I tried to see if Alvy was part of the CDC. It didn't say it in her email, and I emailed her to say, so would you like me to see if she's under Mickey?
See if Alvy's with Mickey.
Okay. Mickey, I'm gonna unmute you, so if you can unmute yourself and let us know.
No, Alvy's not with North Shore CDC.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. Did you wanna?
Oh, do you want me to comment now or wait until you're done with otherwise?
Council President? Would you like him to make a comment? I do.
Mickey, typically the comments have to be signed up in advance by 6:30 by council rules, but where there was a short amount, we'll just give you, if you briefly for 1 minute.
Sure, I'll be brief. Thanks. I just want to encourage you guys to vote on both ordinances before you deny it. The accessory dwelling unit, we think this is, as modified, really, really good ordinance. I think it'll become a model ordinance for places all over the state and country. Honestly, I think the affordability additions are really smart and reasonable, and really glad they got added to the mix in the last few weeks. And I just continue to say, as I said before, that I think these are some of the smaller numbers in the scheme of the affordable housing pie, but stuff that can happen without subsidy, and the individual owners can go ahead and start to do on their own in the next year, which I think is a really great opportunity. And then thanks also, I'm thrilled you guys have the opportunity to vote on inclusionary zoning. That's been a very much, I want to reassure folks of how much time, energy the planning department and the Affordable Housing Trust put into testing all of the different variables in there and trying to come up with an ordinance that strikes the right balance of really good and progressive and thoughtful about affordable housing, but also not unreasonable for developers. I think it's really a good mix. So I hope you guys will go ahead and vote for it and get it passed this year. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak to Councilor McCarthy.
Well, thank you. Madam City Clerk, is Alvy got back in yet?
No, but Pedro looks like he may have, so I can try that again.
Okay.
All right, Pedro, if you want to try one more time, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Pedro Fabre, 4 Border Street, Salem, Mass. So, can you hear me now better?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, President, for allowing me to speak to the body, to the councilors. I just want to just talk quickly about the ADU, why I think you guys should vote against that. One of the reasons, what I think is, being affordable is one of the main things, and I know the prior person spoke about there is a new information on the ADU that make it affordable. Affordable is not 10%, affordable is not 20%. Affordable is not 30%. So when you're talking affordability, it is something that you can get, you're able. And like the prior lady was talking about, when you have a low income, you're not able to afford a higher level apartment either. And it's even this, and I'm going to explain it quickly about housing. When I bought my first house right here, was $140,000. The same house went to $400,000 as of right now. So my dream as an immigrant was to buy a house. I was able to buy a house. But do you think my kids were born right here in Salem? So do you think that my kids can afford it to buy a property, a single family house here? And you think if I make an addendum to it and I make an ADU to my house, do you think that they're going to afford that? If it was $500,000 and I add $100,000, do you think they're going to be able to afford a house in Salem? So my kid had to live out of here. So my family is not staying here. My kids were born and raised right here. Affordability, the prior individual has his own interest, and high prior interest is okay for that individual. But for the rest of us as a family who dreamed to have a single family house, who wanted to have a quiet neighborhood, when you kind of overwhelming, be having a lot of, it's right now, we are building everywhere. Everywhere in the pieces of land in Salem is being built overwhelmingly. So what you're doing, you're putting stress in our budget, in our community, and in everything else, in our expenses. Right now, our budget is just going crazy, and we need to manage. I don't manage my house like the way I based on my salary. And my salary, when I know I need to make cuts, I make cuts. So the ADU is not making affordable. When we're talking affordability, as an immigrant, I want you to think about the higher the prices go, the more taxes I had to pay, the more thing I had to, because right now my water bill is going up. my water bill is going up. So all these things is rising up. So the typical way to raise money in politics is by raising taxes, one way or another. So let's think out of the box. Let's think out of the box and how help. We have ADU, they help our family. I want to have my own family here, and that's what we want, to keep the tradition, the history of Salem. You know, a lot of people just moving their head right now and thinking, well, bull crap for you. I'm sorry. Think about the family. We don't have the same type of income. And based on that, you have to think rational about it, about our community down the point, the people who have there. Do we want to lock them up, all of them, and the sky prices only in there? They can't be affordable. And that really put a stress on all of you guys. And not only on you, on all of us who have a single family houses. Please, please. Rethink your position about it, and let's not be rubber stamp and do everything by like, oh, we have to do it. Think about the generations are coming over. The generation, they're moving out. The generation are not capable of staying together because they can't afford it. I'm an example of that. My kids are moving out of here. They are not here. They can't afford it right here in Salem, because the prices to try to buy a single family house is not easy. So thank you for listening, and I hope you guys consider that. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
So Alvy is still trying to get back on. So I don't know if you want to continue when she's on, if they can raise their hand and speak later.
That's fine. So at this point, we won't close public testimony. We're going to wait for Alvy. So we'll continue with the regular portion of the meeting. Hearings none. Appointments and reappointments.
Held from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Alexander Sanchez to the Salem Youth Commission with a term to expire June 11th, 2021.
Councilor Masillo.
I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Councilor Masillo moves for confirmation by roll call vote. On the discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so pleased to bring the appointment of Mr. Sanchez to the council tonight. I spoke with him earlier, and I was impressed with his desire to step up as a leader in Salem, to continue the mentorship and leadership role that he himself benefited from as a teenager. I also spoke with Manny Cruz, who was Alex's mentor back in the day, and he said that Alex he has a lot of admiration for Alex. He's very intelligent, very thoughtful, and he'll be a huge asset to the Youth Commission. And you can't get a better recommendation than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Sorry, yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore? Yes. Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi? Yes. Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy. Council McCarthy? Yes.
On the matter of the mayor's appointment of Alexander Sanchez to the Salem Youth Commission, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Council Masillo.
I'd like to ask for a suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Sanchez to speak.
Council Masillo asks for suspension of rules to allow Mr. Sanchez to speak. Is Mr. Sanchez with us, Madam City Clerk?
Alex, if you could raise your hand if you're out there, I'm not sure how you're signed on. I will find you.
Fortunately, I do not see him. I just want to thank Mr. Sanchez for his willingness to step up. Further appointments and reappointments.
With the mayor's appointment of former Councilor Thomas Ferry as a member, to a member of the planning board with a term to expire June 25th, 2025.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hold for a request for this to be held under the rules.
Councilor Riccardi moves to be held under the rules. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's appointment of Gary Santo to the licensing board with a term to expire June 1st, 2022.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to hold this under the rules.
Council Madore moves to held under the rules. Could we get one of our department heads out of here? Actually, not one of our department, but Jane Guy, who heads up the community development with the CPC funds. Could someone move to go out of order to page 24?
So moved.
Council Toriel moves to go out of order to page 24. Seeing no objection. We'll go to page 24, communication to the officials.
We have a communication from Jane Guy, Assistant Community Development Director, submitting an order for fiscal year 2021 CPA funds. That the order of $797,800 be appropriated to the CPA funds for the fiscal year 2021 accounts listed below.
I believe with us we have Jane Guy. So if someone could move for suspension of rules to allow Jane to present the 1, 2, 3.
So moved.
6. Council Toriel moves to suspend the rules, seeing no objection. Jane, if you would, please.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. So there's two parts to this. The first part is the budget. The budget that we're presenting is consistent with prior budgets, where 10% in each of the three categories is reserved, 5% in administration, and the remainder in what is called the budgeted reserve, which is essentially a pool from which any category of project can be funded. Because the CPC then immediately submits project recommendations which exceed each of the 10% minimums, budget approval is really just an administrative step with no effect on the award outcome. So asking you just to approve that budget, and then we'll immediately talk about the projects that were submitted, which you should have all gotten a copy of the report.
Your Wi-Fi isn't that great, Mr. President, in there. Kind of glitchy. So on the communication from Jane Guy, order that $797,800 is hereby appropriate the CPA funds for fiscal year 2021. The accounts listed below in accordance with the recommendation put on to the mayor. General admin expenses, $31,140. General admin stipends, $5,000. General admin reserves, $544,820. Open space reserve, $72,280. Historical preservation reserve, $72,280, and community housing reserves of $72,280, for a total appropriation of $797,800. And I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Thank you, Council Toriel. Under discussion, Council Flynn. This is just.
Thank you,
Mr.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is just to approve the budget. The individual items on the next page.
That's what I was going to say. Is it okay if I can vote on this, even though are they linked into that? You know what I mean? Where they got a historical preservation of a firehouse?
You can vote on the first part, but you can't vote on the individual on the second part.
Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'm wondering if Ms. Guy can very briefly explain, this is public tax dollars. If she can, and I'm in support of just about everything on this list, the park improvements, the food issue, on and on. I wonder if Ms. Guy can simply briefly explain some of the, actually, each of the ones that are going for private entities, that where is the public benefit?
Also, that's not what we're voting on at this point. We're just voting on the allocation to the budget itself right now.
For clarity, we're on page 24, which is just to approve the budget. Then we're going to flip to the next page, which is the individual items.
All right, then I'll yield for now and bring it back up later then. Thank you.
Does anyone have any more questions on page 24? Just the budget in total of $797,800. Anyone have any further questions? Councilor Turiel?
No, my motion for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilor Turiel moves for roll call vote. Mayor, City Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Turiel?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the fiscal year 2021 CPA funds in the total of $797,800, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Go over to page 25. Councilor Turiel, do you want to let Jane go first?
I'll let Jane. I will say, on the fiscal year 2021 CPA requests, I move for adoption by roll call vote, and I yield to Ms. Guy, who can go through the individual projects with us.
Under discussion, any questions before we open up the floor to Ms. Guy?
Swan, can I read the order, please, just briefly? All right, so we have an order in the amount of $833,481.29 to be appropriated within the CPA funds for the fiscal year 2021 for the projects listed below or on the next page. Okay, Jane.
Okay. So for the FY20 funding round, which uses FY21 budget, which you just approved, the CPC reviewed 15 applications totaling over $1.5 million, with about $833,000, just over that, available to spend. Of these, the CPC ranked 9 applications high, 3 medium, and 3 low. The CPC is recommending funding of 11 of the projects, totaling the full amount available, the $833,481. The 11 projects recommended for funding include 3 community housing projects that come to $340,000 total, 4 historic resource projects totaling $340,296 and change, and 3 recreational land projects totaling $153,185. Again, you should have received a copy of the CPC recommendation report that summarized each of the projects, so you can see what the public benefit is, but I can certainly respond to Councilor Dipple's question more if you'd like. You received a cover memo that outlined the actions that the City Council may take on these recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'm wondering if, again, if Ms. Guy can explain, just walk through very briefly each of the items. I'm in full support of the food farm and all of the park improvements. Absolutely. These are good things. And all of them might be good things. But I'd like to hear a little bit more on the private fundings. This is public money, you know, not $1 million, but $833,481 of public money, that some of which is being earmarked or proposed to be earmarked for private entities. I'd like to hear, and I haven't had the opportunity this week to talk to Jane Guy about these fundings, and I apologize, but before I vote on this, I'd like to hear a little bit more of where the public benefit is on some of these and what they're specifically, where these funds are going to benefit private entities.
Okay, is there any specific ones that you wanted me to talk about, or do you want me to go through the entire list?
You can, no, I don't want you to touch upon the entire list. Sorry, Mr. President, if I can continue. I'd like you simply to focus on the private entities, not the public ones.
Okay, so the first one, the private entities are nonprofits. So the first one is North Shore Community Action Programs, which is a recommendation of $120,000. This is for emergency rental assistance program. So this is for people that have, due to the COVID-19, have a loss of income, and so this will help them with the gap to make their rent. And so we're funding this in various layers. There's some CDBG funding that's going into it. There's some home funding that's going into it. And there's some city COVID relief funding going into it. And so this is sort of the final layer to make sure that we can reach as many people as we possibly can that are having trouble making their rent. And right now the program offers $500 a month for up to 2 months for someone that demonstrates the need. Do you want me to move on to another one, or did you have questions about that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the next one, that's my part. So there's two from North Shore CDC. These are affordable housing projects. One of them is listed as an affordable housing project under community housing because it will create a total of, let me just find my notes here. 18 units that will be protected with long-term rent and income restrictions in perpetuity. So that's creating affordable housing. The other North Shore CDC one is also an affordable housing project, but it's property that they already own. And what they're going to take 2 of the units that are not currently protected with a restriction and put those so that they're also guaranteed affordable in perpetuity. But they're also doing historic preservation work for the building. And so this is being categorized under historic preservation, but it's actually both. So that's the 2 North Shore CDC. The Salem Community Gardens, this is on Splain and Pickman Park, but I don't know, I haven't been to the Splain one, but I understand that it's essentially not a community garden working very well right now. So this would be to get that up so that it can be a working community garden one more time. And to do, I actually don't think they're going to be doing Pickman Park with this money. I could be wrong, but I think that what happened is they reduced some of the money that they were asking for so that they can concentrate on Splain. And let's see. The Brookhouse Home, this is a historic preservation project. As you know, this is a rest home for low-income seniors that are basically on Social Security as their only income. This is to maintain the building, and so they have layered various sources to get this work done. They've gotten a grant from the Cummings. They've got an anonymous donor, and so they've been doing this in pieces. And so this is, I believe, the final piece, or one of the final pieces, to get the building weather tight for the seniors that live there, as well as to preserve the historic this historic building itself.
Answer all your questions, Council?
Yes.
I think that's it. I think that covers them all, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Any other further questions, follow-up questions, Council Dibble? Seeing none? Anyone? Madam City Clerk?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcelo,
Yes.
Council Krasnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the FY 2021 CPA request, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries.
10 voting.
That's 10. Council Flynn is recused.
I'm sorry. Correct. I'm sorry. I have an error.
That's okay.
I marked him in error. I forgot. We didn't break it out, so he recused himself smartly. So on the matter of the 2021 CPA request, we have 10 members voting, one member abstaining. We have 10 in the affirmative, 1 abstaining. The matter carries. And for the record, I want to just thank Jane for all her work. It goes without saying, the first time I met Jane was at a meeting with regards to the CBG funds, and I was amazed at the work she did with that, and she's continued right along with the CPA ones as well. So Jane, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Take a motion to go
I
back.
move that we return to the regular order.
Council Torrio moves to go back to the regular order of the meeting on page 5. Seeing no objection, we're on back to page 5. Let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn has rejoined us. Thank you, Council, for abstaining from that vote. Communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the sum of $391,140 is hereby appropriated and transferred from the capital outlay fund to the short-term CIP Bertram Field Phase 2 account for capital costs associated with the Bertram Field Phase 2 project.
Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Torrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption.
Council Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion.
By roll call vote, yes. Thank you, Mr. President. So we should have seen this in our packet, and Jenna Ide is in the call, our capital projects director, if there's any questions for her. But basically, we were able to shave down a decent amount of the overrun that was coming on the Bertram Field Phase 2 renovation. There's still a gap that we have to cover. And so although we were able to shave a whole bunch of money down, and we've got some money in the capital fund that's there that we can use for this. And then in our next order, we had a project for the Witchcraft Heights Elementary School HVAC system that came in under budget. So we have leftover bonded funds from that we can use to also finish paying this off. So I move for adoption by roll call vote, but if there are any questions, Jenna is here to answer them.
Any questions with regard to this matter?
Councilor Dibble has a question, so I move for suspension of the rules to allow Jenna to address him once he asks his question.
So moved, Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if this time where we're $8.4 million short in our budget due to COVID and COVID-related issues, if this is something that we can afford at this point. I am all in favor of restoring this project. My 3 sons went through there, and the facility absolutely needs to be upgraded. But I'm wondering if we can maybe put this into committee and have a deeper discussion about this and know where the budget is, hopefully a little bit closer, how bad our budget is, and maybe we can transfer funds to help offset our budget restrictions. So I'd like to see this go to committee and have a better discussion on this, please. As well as the next matter as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilor, this project is already to as I know, this is a project that is ongoing now. So I'll let Jenna speak to it, but if we were to be holding it, I think we'd be leaving it partially finished. So, Jenna, can you speak to this?
Jenna, if you would, Madam City Clerk, will unmute Jenna, please. Let the record also reflect the mayor's with us as well.
Sure. Just in short, we have been working on this project for several years, and the facility's in severe straits at this point. So this is, we went out to bid last fall. The bids, because of the market and, it is a typical site because of the ledge and a bunch of other issues, came in significantly higher than expected. So we went back and redesigned. And we also have more favorable bidding conditions in the spring. So we were able to shave off 1.2 million. We had always known that we were going to have a shortfall. We were just waiting to see what the budget's numbers came in so that we could ask for the right amount of money. And, this includes, money for cameras and equipment and things like that, for this facility. So at this point, we have a low bidder who's qualified, has a 97 rating from the Division of Capital Asset Management, which is exceedingly high. If we bid it again, we are unlikely to get a really good bidder, and we are likely to have higher prices. We sort of got into a good phase with bidding, and we have a really good design, and we have a really good bidder. We will not be able to keep the bidder if we don't get the funding, because you can only maintain those prices for a certain amount of time. They will only hold those prices for a certain amount of time. And as you know, prevailing wages and other things go up as you move forward in time. So I hope that we're able to pass this so we can move this project into construction. We pretty much have 95% of the funding. This is a fully sustainable building, and really represents. We also have a grant that we've committed to. So we're hoping that we can move this project forward and get it done by January and have the kids back for spring.
Mayor, I'd move for suspension of rules to allow the mayor to also address us on this.
Seeing no objection, Mayor Driscoll. I think the underlying question is, do we have the money?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes. This is a capital project, so I want to distinguish capital from operational budget. We've structured the financing, and I will say this is a real community effort. There's a combination of CPA funds, CIP funds, and a number of resources that are come together. We're hoping also to be able to raise some money. We know there's a lot of folks who support Bertram Field, have fond memories there. We think there may be an opportunity to bring in some private resources. COVID has obviously had an impact on our ability to really get that rolling, but this is an important project for the number of students and community members who use that facility. The restrooms are deplorable. The community and team rooms don't really serve any function. We've redone the track, we've redone the field, the turf field, and this will complete this project. So, interest rates are still low. We think we've got this structured in the financing to make it affordable, or we wouldn't be putting it before you. We are asking to transfer some unused capital expenditures from another school project to also help, and really, to use a football metaphor, push this one over the goal line. It went out to bid once, came in really high. We made the building more efficient, the design more efficient, went out again, and we'd love to get this project started so that we can be finished in time for spring sports.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Dibble, Councilor Masil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the two different requests here are a total of $541,000, $500,000 or so. And the mayor says we have the money to do this. So I'll withdraw my recommendation that this go to committee on both matters, please.
Thank you. Councilor Masillo, then Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to underscore that this project is so needed. Those bathrooms are disgusting. And it's an embarrassment to have them on that field that people come to. I'm not even a sports person. I don't use that field, but it's disgusting. And so we need to take care of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask if this is the total amount Is that covered up to finish the project, or we might need some more money in the long run?
I mean, the project, what's before you is a portion of the funding. Some of this has already been supported, and some of it's a transfer of debt of service of a bond that was already authorized for the council for another project, but has some resources left. So we're asking for that to be transferred. And again, I just want to distinguish capital from operational budget. We have to watch what we spend in capital because that can obviously have an impact on the operational budget. But the places where we're feeling the biggest pain points related to COVID are the operational budget, the dollars that we rely on coming in to support ongoing operations. This capital funding has been structured, has been planned for. We're at the tail end of this project and just want to get it funded, or just want to get these final pieces completed.
I understand, but my question is regarding on the total. This is it right there, or we're going to need that covered all the total of the project, or in the long run we need to do another transfer. We need to find some funds to continue.
We're not anticipating that. We do have some money built into contingency that we hope can accommodate this project. And we're trying to tap into some private resources, but we can sign these contracts. We're ready to get going with this work if these two orders before you move forward. So there's funding to proceed and finish this project. It's tight, but something that we think is doable.
So I take a yes. I mean, that's all we need.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Toriel,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the order in the sum of $391,140 appropriated transfer from Capital Outlay Fund 2000 to the STCPI Bertram Field Phase 2 account. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor. Councilor Turner.
We have, that's it, I'm going to read it in full. So we have an order that the City Council passed on June 27, 2019, approved by the mayor on July 1st, 2019, authorizing an appropriation and borrowing in the aggregate amount of $11,770,192 to fund the fiscal year 2020 General Fund Capital Improvement Program and allocating such authorized amount among various capital projects and specify the amount is hereby amended to reallocate $150,000 of such appropriation and borrowing authorization from the Witchcraft School Chiller and HVAC project to the Bertram Field Phase 2 project by amending the amount of the appropriation and borrowing authorization allocated for the project designated in the FY20 CIP loan order as Recreation Bertram Field Phase 2 to be $5,106,357 and by amending the amount of the appropriation and borrowing authorization allocated for the project designed in the FY20 CIP loan order as Schools Witchcraft Chiller and Association HVAC system to be $455,000 and that the fiscal year 20 CIP loan order is otherwise ratified and confirmed in all respects. I didn't have all the wording on Tuesday. I didn't put it all in there, so I wanted to read that in full.
Thank you. Council Toriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Toriel moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Council Toriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I move for adoption by roll call vote, but one thing I'm not, just in case, this may be adoption for first passage by roll call vote. I'm not 100% sure if we have to do a second passage in 2 weeks because it relates to a bond order, even though the bond has already been issued. So if it turns out we don't have to go for second passage, then we just don't have to have it on our agenda in 2 weeks.
Fair enough.
So I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Seeing any further discussion? Anyone have any? Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to be clear on this, the moving the funds here, this chiller has already been completed, the work over there, or is it in the process still of being completed?
It's done.
Completely done. Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's left over from the original bond order.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure that they weren't going to be short on any funds for something in the future related to the chiller work. Good enough.
Thank you. Any further questions? Sorry for answering that question, Council Terrell. I should have let you answer. Any further questions? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Brosnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the $150,000 of the fiscal year 2020 CIP funds transferred from the Witchcraft Heights Elementary HVAC account to the Bertram Field Phase 2 project, without reading that whole thing that the city clerk read earlier. We have 11 members voting. We have 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an ordinance increasing the penalty for certain prohibited noises relative to fireworks.
Councilor, is it Madore or Masillo had an amendment to this? Because I know that Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you hear what I said, Mr. President?
I heard you, but I didn't hear what you said.
I was just trying to pull up the amendment to compare it. Eileen, if I'm not mistaken, I think you're just clarifying the section, correct, with the amendment?
Yeah, if they inserted within subsection B, right, Council Masello, after the word chapter, the phrase except subsection 7 of section 22-2, and then deleting section C as number 2.
Councilman Masillo, do you have that?
Yeah, all I was trying to do was to clarify that in section 22-3, where they talk about penalties, that it says, right now, currently it says, any person who willfully or knowingly violates any section of this chapter shall be fined for each offense a sum of $100 and not more than $200. I just wanted to clarify in that section that we're excluding the fireworks. Okay, and then we're adding, as originally came through, we're adding the section on the fireworks fine of $300.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the amendment is just specifically, it's inserting in subsection B, right, in subsection B, after the word chapter, the phrase, except subsection 7 of section 22-2, which is the reference to the fireworks.
Any further discussion on Councilor Marcello's amendment? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Discussion on the amendment and the whole thing in general. This is very much needed. I thank the mayor for bringing this forward. To have Salem Police go out 2 weekends ago and deal with dozens and dozens of fireworks calls all around the city, we need to take action. So we had I just want to point out, we had one woman from Ward 3 who was caught lighting fireworks down in Ward 1. Later that night, she was lighting off with other people, or maybe the same people, in Rainbow Terrace. And she was fined $100 for a convoluted process of what happened. And then later that night, the same person again was caught at 1000 Loring Avenue down in the Swampscott border at 4 o'clock in the morning, lighting off more fireworks, all in one shift of the police department. And that person was subsequently fined, I think, $300 the second time. So we need to send a message. $300 is not unreasonable. It is unreasonable for people to be lighting off fireworks at any time, never mind 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm in support of this. So tonight, I'd like to see this go forward for first passage, but I'd also like to see it go to OLA so that we can have a discussion, hammer out and cross the little T's and dot our I's so we can get this right. I think that all of us are probably in favor of this as a whole, and we know what we're trying to do here, but we need to make sure that we get the wording correct and just adjust it if needed. So I'd like to see it both approved for first passage tonight and to go to committee so that we can talk about it more. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? I know that Councilman Solo and Councilman Doe worked earlier today with the city solicitor in order to come up with the amended language to make it more consistent with Councilman Solo's concerns. Any questions on the amendment? Council Flynn?
Yeah, before moving forward on subsection C, I see that police and fire chief and the health can issue these fines. Would it be best if I do not vote on this and recuse myself, since a designee of the fire chief, which could be myself, responding to one of these calls?
Then I would say yes. Even though you don't have a financial interest in the matter, just out of safety and of appearance, I would say that you should recuse yourself.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking.
Yep, that's fair. The record reflects that Council Flynn has recused himself. Councilman Doe?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would very much like to see this move forward and would recommend if any of my colleagues have suggestions on how to clean up the language, that they do so now so that we don't run into any issues between first and second passage, given that we only have one more meeting left. So given the amount of fireworks I hear every night and we all hear every night, I really want to see this on expedited.
Yep. So, Council Masilla, was there any other amended language, or is that it? That was it? So,
Yes, that was it.
That was it. So, on Councilor Masilla's motion to amend the ordinance as stated, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Dibble and Council Madore. On the amendment, I guess we're going to have to call the roll. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment. Sorry. Just because it's an amendment to an ordinance, I prefer that it was recorded properly in this setting.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Toyo?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the amendment to the ordinance, we have 10 members voting, one abstaining, 10 in the affirmative, one abstention. The matter carries. On Council Madore's motion for adoption for first passage by roll call vote as amended, Madam City, seeing no further discussion. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that it jointly go to committee as well as first passage. So I so move.
Councilor Dominguez.
Second that offer the motion that Councilor Dio just present.
So I guess now I'm going to have to take a vote on first whether or not we want to send this thing to committee before we take the roll call vote on first passage. Because I have to do it. Because that's not the way it was first presented by the Council Madore. Council Madore's motion was for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. It was amended by Council Masillo. Council Dibble has now asked that the matter after first passage be sent back to committee. On Council Dibble's motion to send the matter back to committee, it's kind of I assume we should make first passage first, because if it doesn't make first passage, it's redundant. But that's the way he brought it in. So, Madam City Clerk, the motion would be to send the matter back to committee if passed.
Mr. President, that is not my motion, if I may.
Well, unfortunately, Council, you didn't make the original motion. The original motion on the floor is to move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. And Councilor Masillo amended it. So that's the motion on the floor. You didn't ask Councilor Madore to amend her motion. So you're asking for a separate motion to send it to committee.
I respectfully ask Councilor Madore to amend her motion so that we can have first passage here tonight, put it into committee, have a committee meeting on it, and then take it out and have our second passage at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I lost Councilor Madore for a second. I see her picture, but she's not there. There she is.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I had an interruption. Could you repeat that?
Councilor Dibble has asked that you amend your motion to include first call for roll call vote as amended, and then refer the matter back to committee.
Again, thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I would entertain any amendments or suggestions to improve the language to really get this on the fast track. But we have the time now, and it's a relatively short ordinance. So I would like to ask a counselor from Ward 7 to help me understand what needs to be improved, so we could amend it on the floor.
Councilor Dibble. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you.
Councilor Dibble first, then Councilor Dominguez, unless Councilor Dibble wants to yield.
Okay, thank you. This is really straightforward. It doesn't slow down the passing of this needed ordinance at all. We're going to have second passage most likely at our next meeting. So to the good Ward 2 counselor, this doesn't slow down anything. I'm simply asking that we be able to review the amendment that's happened tonight, deleting a whole paragraph and replacing with another paragraph, etc. We should have the opportunity to review ordinances in committee to make sure we're doing our jobs and make sure that we're getting it right. That's all I'm asking. It might even be only like a 3-minute committee meeting, and we could tag it along to other issues that you're going to have over the next 3 weeks at one of your various committee meetings. It doesn't slow down anything. I'm just asking for that respect, that we put it into committee as well as taking first passage on this needed ordinance. I'm absolutely, Mr. President, I'm amazed that we're even discussing this. This is really straightforward, my request. I'm just asking for a little courtesy that it go to committee as well as first passage so that we can make sure that the ordinance is what we wanted to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dominguez,
Thank you, Mr. President. On respect to Councilor Dibble, I think that we should take attention to his request. I also feel that when we have any question, we have to bring any matter to committee so we can really target and have the right answer. I do have some questions regarding this ordinance. I'm coming from a population that sometimes celebrations are based on fire, and they need to have some type of communication on that. So I would like to see that closely, because I don't want that community to be the most target one on any violation, which I'm in favor that we have something in place. But we want to make sure that everybody feel represented in everything we do. So by bringing it to committee, we can have some type of language there that might be able to help the entire city of Salem. So his request is very legit. I think that we need to pay attention to that and bring it to committee. He mentioned that this doesn't want to slow the process. We all agree that we need to have something in place. It's going to pass. What we need to have is maybe a better understanding, a better clear picture of the ordinance, so we can all have the same peace of mind. I wanted to deliver it to the people that I know that they might use those type of fire, that they need to pay attention to that. But I want to make sure that I had everything clear before I bring in any information. Thank you.
Just want to be 100% clear. Fireworks are illegal in the state of Massachusetts. Anyone you know that's using them, they're illegal, whether they believe it or not. This is just trying to I mean, Councilor Medora, I would, if you just allow it to go back to committee, I don't see a big problem with it, but I would just suggest to any member of the committee or anyone who's got any questions that they formulate their questions in advance and get them to legal first, because Council Masillo did her due diligence when she saw this order. She looked at the wording. She didn't like what she saw. She offered up some changes to the city solicitor. The city solicitor worked with Council Masillo, made those changes, got those changes to us this afternoon. We all got them emailed those earlier today. That's how the process works. So if someone wants it to go back to committee, I have no issue with that. But the fact of the matter is, we can't make those questions up for everyone to answer. If you have a question, formulate it in advance. Get the solicitor on board, because it's also a legal question, and then we're going to be battling over the wordage on it. Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do understand, and with all due respect, we all know that this is illegal. We are not mentioned that we wanted to break any law, but we have communities that when they come in front, that's not illegal. So we need to make sure that we have a system in place that everybody feel that they are covered up. I understand that we need to allow people to fulfill the law, but we need to make sure that we are clear and fulfill the laws. And that's why I think that Councilor B will have a lot of right to ask to bring that into committee so we can have a better discussion. I like, as a representation of a community that need to have some information, I like to have some question, and I like to present some idea that might be able to help not only one group, but the entire city of Salem on this issue that's bothering the entire city of Salem. So with all due respect, I think that we need to at least slow it down, bring it to committee, and then we can ask questions and maybe deliver some solution. Thank you.
Councilor Medora.
Thank you, Mr. President. I often struggle with these double standards: first passage, committee, second passage, or first passage, no committee, second passage. So I feel like we're fluctuating a lot with these standards and best practices. I will go ahead and change my motion to adoption for first passage by roll call vote and refer to Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, and would ask the courtesy of councilors to bring their questions and their ideas to Ola when I schedule this meeting.
Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to respond to the good councilor of Ward 2. The double standards is the wrong way. We need to make sure that we address everybody's concern. When I hear in this body when something is not agreeable, it's a double standard, but when it's on the other side, it's not double standard. We need to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. We have a debate here, and we have to be democratic. And the way we see this operating most of the time is on one of those point of view, you are double standard, but when you have your right, you continue to go ahead. We have so many incidents in this type of meeting that I can point it out that we have double standard, but when it's coming from one of the people that you don't agree with, we have double standard. So we better be careful in the way we address the body, because everybody has the same right. Thank you.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I agree fully with the good at-large councilor who just spoke. I think everybody here is in support of this ordinance. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I believe everybody's in support of this. I believe it's going to pass first passage tonight, which is a good thing. I believe that we might tweak it, very minor tweaks, and that's what we typically would do, not major things to the Ward 2 councilor. There's no double standard here. This is wrong that we're even discussing this to this point. To correct the council president, this matter has not even been in committee yet, so we can't send it back to committee when it's never been there. All ordinances possibly should go to committee and have discussions on it instead of being hashed out on the council floor like this tonight and make ordinance changes to it as we just did. This is a really simple matter. Let's just put it to committee, vote for first passage on this good ordinance, have a discussion about it in committee without the comments that we just heard. Mr. President, I'm a little disappointed. Thank you.
I'm a little disappointed in you, Counselor, because you just singled me out. I'm sitting here trying to move this question because we have a super long agenda tonight. We're going to try to pass a budget tonight. And you started off this conversation basically saying that you were in favor of this with minor tweaks, and now you want to get this ordinance on the books, and now you're trying to, I guess you don't care about the fireworks that are getting lit off all the time. I know I get all the phone calls about them. So I would suggest we just stop this bickering back and forth, and we're going to move the question. The motion on the floor is to move the question for adoption for roll call vote by first passage and then refer the matter back to committee. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn.
Recused himself.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's it. It's a long name. Council Hapra,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosmuski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy. Not sure if you froze up, Council McCarthy.
It did freeze up for a second. Could we, I believe I was with Councilor Riccardi.
Yep, they were all yes. McCarty, yay. Sargent, yay. Torrio, yay. And McCarthy, I didn't hear you.
I am a yes.
Okay.
On the matter of the adoption for first passage as amended on the ordinance relative to prohibited noises, we have 10 members voting, 1 abstained, 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries and is referred back to committee, or referred to committee, as I was corrected because it's never been in committee. Mayor's informational page, none. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Riccardi. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege, if I may.
Briefly.
Thank you. If I've said something at the last action that offended you, I'd like to apologize.
You don't need, there's no need to apologize.
There was no intention at all. I wanted to speak before public testimony tonight very briefly, but we were running way late and we had a lot of people signed up to speak, etc. So I didn't, and I held back. But again, I'd briefly like to say I miss the old days in Salem where we all treated each other with respect and we didn't get in each other's face when we disagreed on a topic. I had a really long day today and a really long week. We buried my sister-in-law today in Braintree, where she was murdered recently by a disturbed man posing as a UPS delivery man. Most of you have heard this already, and I apologize. I'd like to publicly thank the 347 people who reached out to my wife and I by way of telephone, email, texting, Facebook, all sorts of ways. It was a really, really difficult week and a difficult day today, so I apologize. I'm disappointed in that at a recent public meeting, we allowed 5 people from the public to get up and single out Councilor Dominguez by name and try to convince him to vote a certain way. And then later we had 2 city councilors against our council rules do the same thing and called out Councilor Dominguez by name. This is wrong. And Mr. President, I think that any one of the councilors could have stopped that from happening because it's within our rules. Not just the president can call to order. As I was reading yesterday morning, anybody can call that to order. So I'd like to apologize to my friend, the at-large Councilor Dominguez, for allowing this to happen. This should not happen. We should be able to listen to each other and to find common ground and to compromise on any issue. And if we totally disagree, then so be it. But we should be able to at least have a discussion on it and move forward in a friendly way. So, Council President, on behalf of the City Council, I respectfully request that you apologize, not for any action that you did as a ward councilor, but as our council president. But I'm also asking the mayor is very, very good. She's been a friend of mine for 35 years. She came to my wedding 31 years ago, whatever it was, on and on. But sometimes she is over aggressive and over bullying almost in order to get her way. And if a project or an issue or a matter is so good for the city of Salem and its people, it should stand on its own merit and probably have the majority of this council or 11-0 on this council vote for something. But if people ask a question or might even vote against something where all of a sudden we're called obstructionists, well, sometimes human beings don't agree on every issue. I've supported the majority of the mayor's requests and proposals, the vast majority of her proposals. And if I disagree with her on something, we should be able to have a friendly conversation about it, and with each counselor, a friendly discussion about it, and with the public, and see if there's common ground or compromise on any issue. That's not always the case recently. I've not seen it like this 20 years ago with the council and the mayor. So I'm asking, when the mayor publicly calls out Councilor Dominguez or any other counselor like she did at a public meeting and ask everybody in attendance to go get in to basically harass Councilor Dominguez, not in her words, my words, but to harass him and to get him to vote yes on a certain matter that we're taking up later tonight, this is just wrong. It might be ethically wrong. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, Mr. President, but this is wrong. So I'm publicly asking the mayor to make a public apology to the good Councilor Dominguez, because he has been harassed nonstop since the ADU was first put into committee, when the good Ward 2 councilor did not want to go there, but she put it in committee anyway. Then it was tabled. And so for many, many weeks, he's been bullied by a lot of people at the encouragement of the mayor. And that's just wrong. And so I'm asking the mayor to publicly apologize to our friend. I'm almost done, Mr. President. I'm asking the mayor to publicly apologize because she publicly did this. It's just wrong. This should not happen. Again, if the project or the issue or the matter of the ordinance is good enough and good for the city of Salem, it should just stand on its own merit without bullying having to be taking place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me just say that, Councilor, I think I speak for the entire city council, that we feel for your loss. I reached out to you the day it happened and told you if you needed anything for me to cover anything with you with regard to the council, I left a message on your machine. I know you've been busy. I give you all the credit in the world for being here tonight. I can't even imagine how you could leave your family and come here to take up council business. I think it speaks to your integrity on trying to serve. But let it also be known, we all sit in these chairs and we all have our opinions, and sometimes they get heated. But at no point at any time did anyone, while I was chairing the meeting, single out Councilor Dominguez. And I think that, I don't think we need to bring up something that happened in another meeting. I'm not aware of it. No one reached out to me and said this happened. I know that I've had other councilors in the past reach out to me when something happens, and then I'll go talk to that individual. But no one reached out to me to let me know what was happening. So I just want to say I feel for you, Council. I'm sorry. But I can't speak to the mayor and about your question of apology. I don't feel like I did anything to Councilor Dominguez myself personally. I try to run a fair meeting, so I hope that he understands that. But we're going to move on with the next part of the agenda. Motions, orders, or resolutions. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap zones, limited time, is hereby amended by adding the following. North Street in front of number 118, starting at a point 24 feet northwest of the driveway at 118 North Street, running southeast for 20 feet, handicap parking only, tow zone. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter. And I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Riccardi moves for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. On discussion, Councilor Riccardi.
sorry, no discussion. Documentation for counselors of questions. Sorry, I'm getting
Fair
feedback.
enough. Anyone have any questions on regard to this traffic matter? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council DeVoe,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, section 4250B, we have on North Street, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, in the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap zones, limited time, is hereby amended by adding the following. Hathorn Street in front of number 76, starting at the point 24 feet southeast of the driveway at 76 Hathorn Street, running northwest for 20 feet, handicap parking only, tow zone. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter, and I move for adoption by roll call vote for first passage.
Council Marcillo's motion for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Marcillo.
No discussion.
No discussion from Council Marcillo. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council DeVoe,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, section 42, section 50B, Hathorn Street, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further motions, order, resolutions. Council Torrio.
Thank you. City of Salem City Council, June 25th, 2020, order that the fiscal year 2020 monthly financial report dated May 2020 be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance, and I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Thank you. On Council Torrio's motion for adoption to receive the report, all those in favor? Raise your hands. I have 10 plus my own is 11. The matter is approved.
Fine, too.
Adopt the report. Thank you. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Sargent.
Thank you. City of Salem and City Council in the year 2020 ordered that the regular meeting of the City Council for the months of July and August be combined and held on Thursday, July 9, 2020. I move for adoption.
Councilor Sargent moves for adoption. On discussion?
Being none
Seeing
from
none. None from you? Okay, thank you. I know that this was a date that the finance director said she could meet that date. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, if you call the roll.
Council DeVoe,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. The Council Sergeant order that the regular meeting of the City Council for the months of July and August be combined and held on Thursday, July 9th, 2020, with 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Committee reports. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 second while I pull up.
Yep.
Salem City Council, June 25th, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of discussing amending sewer charges, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance report, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect that I have 10 in favor and Council Flynn is abstained because he's not on. Oh, there he is. Council Flynn, do you have flavor to accept the report? Yep. The record reflects 10 yes plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, on discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a brief discussion. I'm trying to pull up the sewer rate increase. I believe it was just for members of the public. I don't have it in front of me. Councilor Sargent had written it down if he wants to give me a hand.
No?
Okay, here we go. We had a discussion with our finance director. The sewer rate for fiscal year 21 will see an increase of 3.2%. It's a relatively low increase compared to communities in the region and pretty stable across previous years.
Further discussion? Seeing none. On the adoption of the recommendation to change the water, is this the water or the sewer?
Sewer.
Sewer. To change the sewer rate up by 3.2%, is that correct?
Oh, we didn't, Mr. President, if I may, we didn't vote on the proposal itself indicates a rate and a fee increase. So we just, recommendation was adoption for first passage.
Okay, so the recommendation is adopt the first passage to adopt the new rate. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Good. By roll call vote. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hackworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the adoption for first passage of the new sewer rate, we have 11 members voting and 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further committee reports, Councilman Bo.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, June 25th, 2020, Committee on Ordinance, License, Legal Affairs, composed with Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of discussing amending rates for use of water, has considered said matter and recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? The record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. It's 11. Adoption of the recommendation, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. The water rate increase is 4.6%, and I could read out the rates for members of the public who are tuned in and will be watching this afterwards. It will be effective July 1st. Year residential per 100 cubic feet will be at $3.62, and non-residential at $4.90 for every 100 cubic feet. For each quarter, Minimum rate for residential meter water for each quarter shall be $36.22 per 1,000 cubic feet. And this is all available on salem.com. So overall, it's an increase of 4.6.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any questions of the committee chair? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Counselor Dibble,
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Madore,
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo,
Yes.
Counselor Krasnowski,
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of adoption for first passage to reset the rate for water, we have
You were glitching out there.
Councilman Madore.
Mr. President, if I could ask Eileen to mute the other counselors, there's background noise. I want to make sure folks hear us properly.
Yep, I got you now.
Thank you. I believe the next one, I didn't hear you, but the next one I believe is the trash fees. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct.
City of Salem City Council, June 25th, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, Licensed Legal Affairs, co-posted to Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of discussing ordinance amending trash fees, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of report, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was a pretty straightforward discussion. We had members of the public who brought up concerns about frequency of collection in the Point neighborhood, which I believe has come up several times in the past. And the discussion had led to perhaps additional discussion around changes in policy on trash pickup. But because we are contractually to increase the trash fees, collection fees done by Waste Management annually of about 2.5%. This is reflected in the increase of trash fees for multifamily rental properties. And I would just say that this is an additional, Councilor Sargent has recused.
Yes, he has. He wrote it too.
He does pay the fee. So I wanted to make a comment about these trash fees only being applied to renters. I often hear the comment about renters not being taxpayers, but I think if you can find one person in this country that does not pay any taxes, I would love to meet that person. And in addition to being a renter, they have to pay this extra fee that applies to nobody else. And we're here talking about affordability, but this is an inequitable type of fee that's applied to one type of resident and not others. So next year, if we are looking at the trash fees again, I would just ask the folks to keep this in mind, despite that the increase this year is only 50 cents per unit for residential and commercial. It's nominal, but it does add up every year that we increase it. So I would like to support this tonight, but next year I hope that we consider ways that we could make this type of increase more equitable across the city.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk. Let the
Council,
record reflect the Council Sergeant has recused himself.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hackworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Presnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the trash fee, we have 10 members voting, 1 abstaining. We have 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention. The matter carries. Further committee reports, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem and City Council, June 25th, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, Licensed Legal Affairs, composed of a committee of the whole, to whom was referred the matter of discussing ordinance amending traffic parking meters enforcement on Sundays, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of report, all those in favor? All those opposed? The matter, let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. On acceptance of the report, on adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. The two main reasons for amending the parking meter enforcement are primarily, the first primary reason is that we are adjusting our normal to help our restaurants and businesses to be able to continue to do business. And one of the changes that we've been making is taking out parking spaces to provide outdoor dining, which means that the space that we have now on street are even more valuable for businesses and visitors. And given that, we also found that without Sunday meter enforcement, a lot of people are parking later on a Saturday and putting in a few quarters to run the clock out until enforcement ends at 6 o'clock and leaving their car on the street until Monday morning when they have to either move the car or feed the meter again. So during a busy weekend, that really hurts our businesses who rely on visitors to come downtown, whether from other parts of the city or other communities, to park on our streets. And so this is the main reason, and is a very important reason for us to adopt this tonight. And secondly, given our budget shortfall, past discussions have around Sunday meter enforcement have talked about potential revenue increases. And I think this is the right time to consider this new stream of revenue given extraordinary circumstances. The estimate for revenue annually, if we start enforcing parking meters on Sundays, is between $270,000 to $330,000. And our traffic and parking director have also put together some numbers on the cost for enforcement staff, and for part-time enforcement staff on a Sunday to enforce meters is less than $15,000 a year. And we heard that it's probably, if this is to be enforced, it would be likely that we will hire part-time staff. So I think the trade-offs are reasonable. And if we feel that in a future year, maybe in 1 or 2 years, we would like to change the enforcement back to allow free parking on street on Sundays again, the council has the power to do that. But I think right now is a good time to consider this change.
Thank you, Council Flynn.
Councilor Madore. Wait, Councilor.
No, Council Madore, Council Flynn has his hand up. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to completely disagree with the Ward 2 councilor. I think this is a bad time to do this. I thought it was a huge mistake when we started parking meters down the Willows. I know it turned a lot of people off. I think doing this now, especially after our crisis that we're going through now, businesses trying to get back, I think this is going to turn people away from Salem. I don't think this is a good look for our city. On a Sunday, I think this is the one day that we should not be doing this and continue how we've been operating. I definitely think this is going to cause more harm for the businesses by doing this than just leaving it alone. Thank you. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Council Dominguez and Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I recall, I think that I participated in one of the meetings where we were discussing this matter, and the good Councilor of Ward 3, Councilor Shilo, bring a great point that I don't know if that was taken into consideration. Some of the parking lot and places on Sunday affect some of the churches in different neighborhoods. I thought that we were going to have that in that as an amendment, but I don't hear that will be allowed to the churches to park free who actually need to operate on Sunday. Regardless of we move forward on this or not, I would like to hear if we had that in place. We had a very few worship community here in Salem, and I don't want to see they being affected on Sunday specifically where they had their services. So if we did not take that into consideration, I think that's going to be a very bad decision to have it without that in consideration, because we affect not only the businesses or the city completely, but we affect a life of a community that need to have some type of release, especially nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dorr, will you answer that question, please? Then we'll go to Council Sergeant.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The issue around churchgoers on Sundays and how this may potentially impact those churchgoers was addressed in a subsequent discussion with the traffic and parking director, and he had advised the enforcement staff to kind of stay away from those areas and wait for about an hour or so until the attendees have moved their cars. So that's one way. I don't believe we should put this into ordinance because it does create inequities by law, and I am just not a believer of that. And in regards to hurting businesses by adopting this, and I would just add that it was businesses downtown who have noticed these violations or abuse of free Sunday parking on street that have pointed out to city staff that they would like to see some Sunday meter parking enforcement because the cars are just not moving. So this was indirect response to businesses who feel that not having Sunday parking meters enforced is actually hurting them. And we were just being responsive to their feedback.
Thank you. Councilor Sergeant. Sure, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's a little bit old school, but I just always felt like people need to have a day off from paying parking meters and other things also, but you know, it was kind of a special thing to not have to pay the meters on Sundays, and now we're going to lose that. I know the world's going 24 hours, 7 days a week, but I mean, some of this revenue is going to be made by paying meters, but I think more money is going to be made by paying tickets, and it doesn't feel right writing tickets out for people on Sundays unless it's an egregious violation, not a parking meter violation. So I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Prozinski.
I believe one part of the ordinance that was missed was that Salem residents will be able to park free on Sundays downtown. Not at the meters, but at the parking lots and at the parking garages. So there is substantial parking available for Salem residents for for free on Sundays. This would basically affect the tourists which come in to our towns on weekends. And like any other big city, if we go to Boston, we have to pay the meters, and then it's the same here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just point out that I think most studies have shown that that on-street parking, when it's free, is typically not a great thing for businesses. Typically causes more traffic as people, I think in a lot of larger cities, probably not a city the size of Salem, but in a lot of larger cities, about 30% of cars on the streets are cruising around looking for free parking. So I think that just looking at this is a public good that's owned by the city of Salem, and I think that it should be paid for, particularly if it's tourists coming in from out of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to let the record reflect that not being a member of either OLA or license or the Finance Committee, I have been Zooming in. You have the luxury to be able to be at home and Zoom in and attend these meetings. And just by going to a lot of the finance meetings and following this issue a little bit, I want to say that as we all know, we talk about the budget short gap. I believe the mayor has plugged this number already into the budget in order to balance the budget coming forward. So I just want to let everyone know that whatever the projected revenue is, the $250,000 to $300,000. I'm not really sure what the number is. That come the end of the year, it's sometime either mid-year or when we go to set the tax rate, we're either going to have to make a cut of $250,000, or when we go to set the tax rate, we're going to have to pass that burden off onto the ratepayers. So just something to consider when we consider this. If anyone wants to ask the mayor directly, I think, yep, she's still on someplace, just waiting for the budget. But I believe that the revenue projected for the meters on Sunday is already absorbed into the existing budget. The finance chair can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought this one was pretty straightforward when I first read it, and I apologize to our chair. I missed the portion of that meeting while I was driving back from the South Shore today. I entered the meeting a little bit late. On this one, I'm in agreement that on Sunday, it would be great to give a free space out there. But when you start talking about all the issues, as we just bounced all around, I like the debate that we just had, where Conrad Prosnewski talked about that the garages were free for Salem residents on these Sundays, or all weekends, I guess. And that the spaces really need to turn over to help these restaurants and help these other downtown businesses. I was going to vote against this, and but I'm going to support this one now. And it's I don't usually I study something pretty well. This one here I could not study, but I learned a lot here in this meeting. So I appreciate the debate from my fellow councilors. I'll be supporting this one.
Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I would like to ask Councilor Ward to, you mentioned that legally cannot be anything that mentioned on the churches to be allowed to park free on Sunday. How the enforcement is going to be? For example, it's a member's church park in a meter. It's going to be ticketed, and by the end of the day, no way you're going to find out who is in church or who's not in church. Or how that going to be implemented?
President, if I may. Yep. So what I meant was that you cannot specifically, I personally believe you shouldn't specifically amend an ordinance to single out churchgoers. I don't think that's fair. Because when you do that, then you set a precedent for other types of users type of on-street parking users. And I don't think it's the right thing to do, because anyone could somehow identify them as a churchgoer. What the parking director had proposed as a solution is to ask enforcement officers to avoid enforcing parking meters that are directly outside of religious institutions on Sundays for a specific window of time until the attendees can leave the institution. I think that's more of an informal enforcement that I actually feel uncomfortable broadcasting publicly like this, but I find if this is a way to compromise, then I'm willing to share that information. And I know that this idea was brought up, this concern was brought up by Councilor Marcillo, but then again, I'm not a believer in changing our ordinance to benefit one population over another.
Councilor Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify my concern. My concern was that it was presented to the body as starting at 12 o'clock noon to avoid people going to church. And so my concern was that there is a 12 o'clock mass at Immaculate Conception. And so I think what we're trying to find is a way, without changing the ordinance, to say that it will start at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or avoid masses or whatever. We keep it at 12 o'clock and the churches work with the city. And so if it doesn't work out that the traffic enforcement, it doesn't stay away from the church areas, and there's more than one church that this could affect, if that doesn't work out, then the churches can work with the city to come up with another solution. And I mentioned a few during the meeting, and I think that the city wants to work with the churches themselves to make sure that their congregation can find a place to park during the church service, but only during the church service. And I think that that's fair. I don't think anyone's trying to target any group or anything, and they really do want to work with that situation. And so I have full confidence that we can move forward with this Sunday ordinance starting at noon and just keeping on top of it and making sure that no one is affected badly at Immaculate Conception.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do understand the logic behind. The only concern that I have is that tickets do not discriminate. In most cases, we've seen through so many systems that at the end of the day, when you get the tickets, it's impossible to get it back. And the churches who also have the same issue that the business has on attendees, and they are less impacted. If I go to church on Sunday, I get a ticket in front of the church, I'm going to think a double to come back to church. So we need to make sure that we have something in place that instead of leaving that open, that piece open, to tie it up in a way that everybody understands that this is a part of the law, because we cannot leave it so openly. And after we have all people ticketed, we're going to say, well, let's find another solution. But at the end of the day, they already had the damage. So we need to have something in place. I understand that maybe by law you cannot point out any group, but you have to have something that guarantees that that group will not be affected. Because what happens is that many times when you leave it that open like that, the consequences are there and the effect is already there. So we need to make sure that from the beginning to the end, everybody's in the same field. We don't want to accommodate anybody, but we also don't want to hurt anybody and then say, I'm sorry, let's fix it. That's not the way it works. We need to make sure that we be proactive for everyone and try to cover everyone on the same level. The community, the Christian community, needs some guarantee that they are not going to be ticketing on Sunday and that their membership will not be affected by any type of law that the city trying to help the city economically, but at the same token, hurting them on attendees. So we need to make sure that we have that in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn and Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a little confused going back to what the Ward 2 councilor was saying, that we don't want to set a precedent of singling out a group of people going to church, but yet we're going to tell enforcement not to go there to basically single out a group of people not to give a ticket. So that's kind of confusing to me, and I can see a lot a lot of holes in this plan. It's not a good look for Salem. And I also got another problem. You know, that's great that the Salem residents can park, you know, on a garage or on a lot, but that's kind of hard to tell them if they don't live near a lot or near a garage. Maybe we could have the tourists come in and go to the parking lot or garage and they can walk to the restaurant. I can't see inconvenience in the people that live there. I can't see just the thought of someone going to church, getting a ticket. I mean, that's not a good look for Salem. It really isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are all counselors here, and I think we work hard with our city staff to find solutions to problems. And I feel fortunate to have a colleague that has very close to our organizations of faith in Salem. And I would encourage that if this is an issue, that my at-large colleague will reach out to the traffic and parking director to work out some solution with the institutions and find a way to move forward with this. And just from my discussion with him, I think he is looking to hear from us to see what kind of compromise between enforcement and what we can do to not impact these services. So I'm not saying that we are trying to single out anyone. I think we have been clear that we identify a problem that has several solutions. And again, going back to my original point, and this is not coming from me, this is coming from our businesses who need people to dine at their restaurants, to shop in their stores, to get their haircuts. They need these parking spaces, and they say that cars have been not moving off the street, and that really hurts them. And secondly, we have a budget gap that we need to fill. So if we don't fill this gap with this $270,000, we need to find the money elsewhere. And if we don't, we might need to increase the tax rate. So there are consequences that I urge everyone to consider, and I would like to move the question.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion? Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Can I, because I didn't have a chance to respond. I was about to raise my hand. Is it possible to ask a question before I vote? Or no?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, good Councilor Madore, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, it's saying that you recommend that I sit down with the traffic enforcement to come out with some type of plan? That's what you're saying? I recall what you're saying. Thank you. So voting right now, because something that I wanted to be clear. Voting right now in favor, allowed to us to make an amendment if something come out. Pass is passed. What's going to happen if I bring a plan to the traffic enforcement? How it's going to be adopted? So I think that the best way to go is to keep this in the committee until we find a solution to that matter and compromise and make sure that we move forward. But if right now, if I don't see anything, it's going to be yes in the air. So no guarantee that my concern is going to be addressed. Not my concern. I think the concern of the whole community who I think going to be complaining after because they don't have the voice here. We need to make sure that I need to reach out to all of the faith community, and I will sit down with them and I sit down with the traffic enforcement to try to bring some solution. Are we going to bring a solution after we pass this or no? The question, because I want to make sure that I'm in favor of something, but I want to see compromise that we're going to adapt what we think it's going to be a better audience.
Thank you. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that's a reasonable request by the good at-large counselor. I think that a plan could easily be made with the traffic department's assistance to notify all of the churches and temples and synagogues, et cetera, in the city of Salem, where they're close to meters, and simply notify them of what the plan is, to let them know, to let the leaders of these churches and other places of worship, let the leaders know, let the leaders tell their congregations that here's the plan. We don't know exactly what the plan is, except for they're now going to be able to get tickets, but we should promote that the garages, as the good at-large Councilor Kwasniewski suggested, the garages are free for Salem residents. The meters cost this amount. You make sure that you're out there. To have the leaders of these places of worship be able to tell their, basically what I'm saying is, let's put in a committee and have the traffic director be invited to that committee meeting and make a plan so that all the places of worship know what's going on, whether we open up free meters or not on Sundays. And right now I'm thinking that we should be receiving the money for Sundays so that the spaces turn over in a hurry. So I would like to ask the good Ward 2 counselor to schedule, as chair of OLA, schedule that meeting immediately, and then we vote on it at our first meeting, and then we can get on with this. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, well, before I entertain any more motions, the motion on the floor is for roll call vote. I entertained Councilor Dominguez's asked for a question only because he said he was delayed in getting his hand raised. I mean, with the unique circumstances of a Zoom meeting, I allowed that to happen. The motion on the floor is for a roll call vote, and that's the vote we're going to take. And we're going to stop back at the beginning, Council, so if you want to change your vote, you can. Councilor Dibble.
Yes, I believe in the order. So I'll make a motion that the matter be returned to committee. I think that comes first in our proper order.
The proper order is I allowed Councilor Dominguez to ask a question.
Yes.
Or the fact of the matter is, I probably erred in my opinion. I should have just taken the vote. In doing so, the motion on the floor, irregardless of what you're asking for, is a motion for a roll call vote. I allowed Councilor Dominguez to some leeway because he claimed that he couldn't signal me fast enough. So with all that being said, we're going to go back and we're going to start at the beginning and we're going to take a roll call with Council Madore. You have your hand up?
Are we continuing the roll call because we're in the middle of a roll call?
Mm-hmm. We're going back to the start of the roll call vote. We're going to start at the beginning of the roll call vote. And if you're not happy with what's in front of you, then you vote no. I'm with the understanding what's going to happen.
Councilor Dibble.
No.
Councilor Dominguez.
No.
Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Madore.
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo.
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Councilor Sargent. Councilor Sargent.
No. Could you hear me?
Yes, when I heard you.
Good job.
Councilor Torium
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
No. Matter of the moving meetings on Sundays, we have 11 members voting, 6 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter carries. Further committee reports. Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I lost my place in the agenda.
Page 11.
Page 11. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Salem City Council, June 25th, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, composed of the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of discussing zoning ordinance creating inclusionary housing, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage.
On acceptance of report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect as 10 hands plus my own. All those opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had referred this zoning matter into OLA with the first discussion on the 17th last week. And out of respect of Councilor Dibble, we kept in committee so he could participate in further discussions. But to recap, we discussed that we had compared our ordinance with other communities and pointing out that this is comparatively one of the more straightforward and progressive inclusionary housing ordinance in the state. And we had the difference between our ordinance and other ordinances in other communities is that we don't allow developers to pay out of the affordable units or build the units somewhere else, that it needs to be included and they are required to build these units. And that's the first main difference. And the second piece is that the affordability level is at 60% of area median income. And we've heard a lot from this body that the 80% of AMI is based on Boston income and just simply does not meet the needs of Salem residents or potential Salem residents. And we felt that that was a very strong component of the ordinance. And there were various discussions on whether the required percentage of affordable units should either go up or be changed. And I think there was a difference in opinion on that. We heard from our staff planners with a lot of informed analysis on this kind of percentage requirement on whether a project would be at the make or break point if we change the percentage requirement. And then lastly, the density bonus was another piece of the ordinance that would allow developers to offset the cost of building affordable units. As we've heard several times, it takes the same cost to build a luxury or market rate unit as the cost to build an affordable unit that's available to low moderate income households. So to offset that cost, a density bonus would help fill the gap, the financing gap. This is the result of more than a year of discussions with the community and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board, and several members of this body have participated on the board and the community discussions themselves. And the product has been vetted through our staff, various agencies and analysts, and hearing most of the comments on the feedback on the ordinance being one of the strongest in the state. And we have an opportunity to pass something now that has an impact tomorrow, knowing that there is a lot of projects being permitted in the city right now that we don't require affordable units. So knowing that there might be some additional opinions on what needs to be added to the ordinance, I would just say that it may be an imperfect ordinance, but it's better than nothing. If a big project gets permitted tomorrow, then that project is not required to build affordable units at 60% AMI. They can still continue to build units that are affordable to households that make 80% of AMI. And this is an opportunity for us to make a difference. This is an ordinance that has a real impact as soon as we adopt it. And I know that there's some additional discussions about amount of set-aside units for municipally owned land during the OLA meeting this evening that ran over a little bit. And I would like to just perhaps open up for further discussion on that. I feel like it's a little bit, maybe we didn't get to finish that discussion, and would like to ask where everyone, where my colleagues are with this ordinance, and see where we are tonight and see how we can move forward.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I participated in one of the meetings, I think that the previous one, where we was discussing the same matter right now. I feel that everybody agreed that the inclusionary zoning is a good tool, great opportunity, and I think it's being worked. I mean, I think that some change have been done, but it was also addressed that we feel, and I think that was part of the discussion that I got involved the last time, that the negotiations are not too strong on our side. It's more stronger on the developer side. And I think that the good councilor at large, sergeants, present a great point in that regard. The 25% density bonus is a lot too much that we are giving out. And we're receiving less, too much in return. So if we can come with a formula that we can balance the equation, we're going to be in better terms. I understand that some of the logic that was discussed in the same meeting was that if we are too strong on the developers, they're going to move out, which in a sense makes sense. But when you negotiate, you have to make sure that you get the best part. I think for the most part, for many, many, many years, we as a city are negotiating very weak with the developers. It's time, especially now, where we are in a pandemic crisis and economic crisis, health crisis, that we come to the table stronger than ever, asking for more to try to take care of the issue that we have in Salem. We hear a lot. We had a housing crisis. We need affordable. We need more of this. We need more of that. But at the same talking, we continue to do business as usual. And that doesn't going to bring us to any solution. So I am in favor of this, but I like to see a stronger negotiation to be part of in order for me to be 100% behind this ordinance. So without that, I'm no guarantee that I'm going to vote positive on this. So this is my concern. Thank you.
Councilor, if I may, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation is that we go ahead and sit down and ask, if we give out 20%, we are at least going to ask for at least 15% of affordability for the developers. 15% is a number. Some other cities and towns are doing the same thing, and I think that we're capable to do it. Thank you.
So are you making that in the form of a motion?
I want to make a motion that we ask for 15%. We're going to give out 25% on a density bonus, and we, in exchange, we need 15% affordable component on it.
So you want to change from 10 to 15%?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that in the form of a motion? Yes. Does anyone second that?
But no. Can I get clarity from Councilor Dominguez? Just clarity. Is it 15% at 60% AMI or 15% at 80% AMI?
Yes, 60% AMI, 50% affordability component. 60-15 with the 25.
With the 25 density bonus.
Yeah.
So your only amendment would be to change from 10% to 15%.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilor Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be very clear, through you, for my at-large colleague, is the developer who, any project that takes advantage of the density bonus would be required to provide 15% affordable units at 60% AMI. Only projects that take advantage of the density bonus. Is that correct?
Is that a yes, Counselor?
Yes, because we're giving out 25% density bonus, so we give more, we get more. That's the logic behind that. The more you give, the more you get. You cannot leave it the same way, whoever doesn't take advantage of the 25% density bonus.
Yep, okay.
One that take the 25% density bonus.
Okay. So, but only for people who take advantage of the 25 density bonus.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Hapworth again.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just, I guess, as a rookie, a point of clarity, can we potentially send this back to committee rather than voting on this tonight? I'm happy that there's a number, like a specific number that's been given here that would get to a yes on inclusionary zoning. I want to see the math behind what that would do in terms of whether it's even feasible to do 15 and 60%. I think all of us that are yes votes, it's imperative on all of us to look at the folks that are on the fence and try to figure out ways to compromise and get them to get this thing done for the entire city. I'm just not sure on 15 and 60, and I would ask if that can go potentially to committee so we can have some discussion and clarity on that.
Okay, we got Council Turiel, then Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. So briefly on this particular topic, I have, given the math that went into developing this, I do have a lot of concern about increasing these percentages. 15 to 25 might work, but it also, 15% in order to get the 25% density bonus be eligible, that might work, but I'm pretty concerned that what could happen with that is, and let's be honest, there's plenty of people in Salem who would love this, but they would, if the inclusionary zoning is too tight, right now we're getting 10% at 80, which is good, but we need better, clearly. My concern is that we might wind up turning this into something that's so punishing that nobody wants to really take advantage of it. Yes, Salem is a hot market right now. Salem is not always a hot market, and development, especially in a lot of the properties that we have remaining, where we're mostly looking at renovation of old industrial sites and things like that with a lot of issues to clean up, we could be killing the opportunity to redo some of those entirely. So now we're looking at a situation right now where we have one meeting scheduled before this would time out at the beginning of August. So, I mean, I am okay if amending this stays within the box, and we could, if it stays within the four corners by allowing this to be amended to 15% and bring it back to committee before the 9th, so that we can either take that back out or keep it in. I'm okay with that because I do want to get this across the finish line, and it's kind of silly that something that everybody claims that they like is potentially up on the rocks. So, I mean, if that's what it takes to get it done and get it back into committee so we can get the numbers, I'm okay with that. But that's it as far as things that I'd consider with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just what the Ward 5 councilor said.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I wanted to say what the Ward 5 councilor said.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Anyone? Council Sergeant. You gotta unmute yourself, sir. It's the button on the left.
I gotta move, scroll over. All right, thank you, President. I don't want to get too deep into some of my concerns because I've covered them in committees, but a 25% bonus is a large bonus. And I'm more supportive of something in the way of a 10% bonus. Most of the cities that give the 10% bonus ask for one, like we do on the North River Canal Corridor. For every 1 unit of affordable housing you build, you get to build another market rate one. And that's a 50% rate. But with all the density in our city, we at 120, 125%, if you build 100 units and you made it 13% affordable like Boston, you could get the same amount of affordable units as if you build 125 at 10%. So we can try to achieve the same amount of affordable units without as much density to give back in return, and still be comparable to some other cities and towns. If we did 10% and it was 100 and we did 10 units, instead of one for one, we could do 1 for 3 because we're down to 60% AMI. But I think a 25% bonus is just way too much. So I'll yield with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Dominguez, then Councilor Hapworth, then Councilor Dibble. Councilor
Thank you, Mr.
Dominguez.
President. I just want to ask you a question. Did my motion already been seconded or no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just, I hope this does go back to committee. And again, I think we've made some positive progress here. I would just ask that all of us just come and be ready to have an honest conversation about what we're looking to accomplish and what it would take to get to a yes. I think that tonight, one thing that's been proven is that there's way too much back and forth and debate that's happening at this meeting that could have been happening hopefully beforehand, talking to city officials, talking to each other. And I'm as guilty of this as anybody else, but I think that, with the tight time frame that we're under, if we can get before that next meeting, if we can get everyone who's going to take this vote now to show up at that meeting, ask their questions, and come to a compromise, we'd certainly all appreciate that.
Yep. Council Dibble.
Mr. President, I thought you had somebody else right before me in the right order, but if not, I'll speak.
It was Dominguez, Hapworth, and then you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I sat on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board with Councilor Madore and Councilor Sargent, I believe it was, for a year. I went to a whole lot of meetings on this very topic, actually a couple of topics, but this one here in particular. In my opinion, in Salem, we're building way too many luxury apartments. So you combine the luxury apartments and you combine our ever-increasing real estate tax, both those together are significantly driving up the cost of living in Salem. And for this ordinance to promote even more luxury housing, or to have a density bonus in here that allows for 25% more units to be built on what might already be, what I consider already being a dense development, becomes even more dense. So we're basically overcrowding some properties, or we're overcrowding the city with so many units. I question, and I welcome everybody that moved to Salem. It doesn't matter. But I question, where's the benefit to these luxury apartments and all this building to Salem residents? I'm curious, what percentage of Salem residents actually move into these luxury apartments? I know I couldn't afford one. They're pretty expensive. So with that, at today's committee meeting, I proposed 2 amendments that I thought would be welcome, and thought that we could include them with first passage, so that we could then put the matter into committee with these 2 amendments, and we could tweak or cross the T's or dot our I's and change the wording a little bit, but it would be part of the larger proposal. But I was slightly outvoted on both those measures. And, for this relatively simple ordinance, the way it started, right now we have 10% of the units at 80% AMI. That's not really affordable at all, because if you compare the Boston area AMI to Salem's income level, we're at 93%, and 93% of anything is almost 100%. So lowering it down to 60% is something that several of the counselors fought for, along with Mickey Northcutt from CDC, and actually almost the entire Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board fought to lower that from 80% down to 60% to make these units more affordable. And that's a good thing. That's something that we shouldn't waver on. If anything, we could be going down further, but I don't think the developers could make the numbers work at that point. So 60% is a good thing. Increasing it from 10% up to 12% or 15%, I don't think is a bad thing at all. The city of Peabody got over aggressive. I think they went to 20% and they had to scale it back. So if we were at 12%, I would welcome that. But if we stay at 10%, I'm okay with that too. But the density bonus is something that I think that we should not just allow at all. So I'm going to move that the density bonus of 25% additional units on top of something that's already pretty dense be stricken out of the ordinance in its entirety.
Did Council Civil freeze there for a second?
I'm sorry. That was a motion. I don't know if you heard what I said. Mr. President, did you hear what I said?
You froze for a second.
I apologize.
No, it's all right. We can't control the internet.
Yeah, my screen didn't show that I had bad connections like it has been in the past. I want to move that the 25% density bonus be stricken, and all of its subcomponents be stricken out of it. After all, this started as a very simple ordinance of 10% of the units, and along the way, it went from 1.5 pages to a giant document. And what triggered that becoming a giant document was the 25% density bonus. I don't think that we need to overcrowd the city of Salem, overcrowd these parcels that are looking to be developed into more luxury apartments or whatever type of housing. So I move that the 25% density bonus in all of its components be stricken out of this proposal.
Mr. President?
Council Sergeant?
I think that motion, I'll second that, but I think the motion would be to delete it in its entirety, section 5.4.4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're going to delete 5.4.4, so you're going to delete all the density bonuses, but you're going to still going to require 60%. 60%? You're going to drop from 80 to 60.
No, it's at 60. It was presented to us for 60. I'm not asking for change. What the planning board has been recommending now is 10% at 80.
From what common practice is right now. So we've gone from a common practice of 80, 10%, and you want to go to 60, 10%. Is that correct?
No, it's not, Mr. President. With all due respect, it's not me that's asking for this, but it was the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the mayor, the planning board, the planning department. It's part of the entire proposal before us right now. It's at 60% now. 10% of the units at 60%, I believe, is what's before us right now.
No, I know what's in front of us. I'm gonna argue the point that they kind of go hand in hand. So if you're gonna motion to change one thing, how can you not change something else? That's just my. I mean, somebody took the numbers and crunched the numbers. Not me. Somebody did. And somebody spent over 6 to 8 months crunching the numbers. And you were there with them, crunching the numbers back and forth, and came up with a formula that is the most progressive inclusionary zoning ordinance in the state. But now you want to change the number, which, okay, that's within your privilege. But if you're going to change one number, how can you not change something else? Because the numbers work hand in hand. There's a delicate balance between the numbers, and we all should know by changing one, you affect the other, and you potentially affect the ability for anything to get built. So if the question is not to build anything, then okay, if that's what you want, or if you want to try to build some affordability, what's the balance? So if you're going to, in my opinion, if you're going to make a motion to change something, then you ought to be looking at how else you're going to change something else, because they work hand in hand. You just can't delete one with an expected to be taken up someplace else. And that's just me. That's what I don't feel comfortable doing.
Mr. President, we had a simple document before us that called for 10% of units to be offered at 80%, while it was in, before the board, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board. And we worked hard over a year to lower that down to 60% and made many other changes to it. And then along the way, and so what we had was a very simple proposal. 10% of the units to be built were going to be at 60% of the Boston AMI. And we all supported that. And then the density bonus and everything else started adding into this. So what I'm saying here, Mr. President, is it's not apples and oranges. One doesn't weigh up on the other. It's two separate issues. You can delete the density bonus out of this, and the ordinance stands in full force of 10% of the units be required at 60% of the AMI. That's a good thing for Salem. Now when we add back in the density bonus on top of it, it overflows the glass and we're building too many units is what I'm saying. So to allow a developer who might want to build 200 units to get a 25% bonus, now that neighborhood, they didn't want 200 units to start with. That they felt that was too many. Now they can build 250 units, 25% more. And that would be the same all across the city. I think we'll be jamming in too many units into one property and into the city as a whole. So the two issues, 10% of the units at 60% AMI, that can stand in full force by itself. And the density bonus, let's get rid of it because it's a bad policy in Salem. Why overcrowd the city is what I'm saying. Let's vote on the part that's important to get the affordable units in Salem and not reward a developer to build a whole lot more.
So you're suggesting we not build any more affordable housing than we do now? The only thing we're going to do is lower the affordability rate because the number of units aren't going to change under your proposal.
No, Mr. President, I take offense to that. That's not what I'm saying at all. No, it's not what I'm saying at all. It's not what I'm saying at all.
So right now we have a housing project comes in front of us that's over 6 units. We build. There's an affordability factor to it of which we require 10%. So now you're saying that if someone comes in and wants to now build affordable units, we're going to go to 60% of the Boston average, but we're not going to get any more affordability out of it. We're still going to get the 10 units. That's what you're saying. I just want to be clear. We all know what we're voting on.
The 10% of the units that stays in there at 60%. So we're going to get. I'm sorry, Mr. President. We're going to get 10% on every project before the city would be 60%. So we're going to get 10% of the units would be affordable. That's where the ordinance started, and that's where it should have stayed. It was a very simple, straightforward ordinance, but it got bogged down in this whole density bonus. So this is not something new I've been saying. It's not something that I'm saying that we don't want to build affordable units. I'm not even saying as part of this that we don't want to build luxury apartments. I don't think we should be building all these luxury apartments, but that has nothing to do with this ordinance. What happens here is this 25% density bonus winds up overcrowding the city of Salem. This is something that we as councilors shouldn't be allowing, but now with this, we're promoting this. So I suggested that we stick to our guns and we go 10% of the units at 60% AMI, and we delete the entire density bonus so developers can't build and overbuild and build more units onto these properties. It's really simple what I'm proposing. Everyone that's developing these residential buildings, they need to give 10% of the units, make them 60% affordable, 60% of the AMI. So 10% of the units will become affordable. Forget the density bonus, forget overcrowding the city. We have enough traffic, we have enough density, we don't need to have more of that. My motion was to delete the 25% density bonus in its entirety, and it does not affect the other half of this at all. The bad part goes away, and the good part that helps people, not developers, the good part stays in full force. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council Sergeant.
I second that, but again, even if we give a 25% bonus of the whole package, we're still only getting 10% affordable. And I will kind of back up Councilor Dibble on, in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that document left us as a one-page thing with 10% affordable. And I remember arguing we needed to get more than that because we're already at 12.4%. We needed to at least stay with that. But it came back with this 25% bonus. It came back as a 10-page document. And I understand you got to put some legalities into that. But that 10%, the 25% bonus isn't just a bonus in units. It's a bonus in setbacks, height of buildings, parking, and a few other things. So I do second doing away with the bonus. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. President. That'd be Councilor Turiel, probably somewhere off your screen.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, so am I. So, Mr. President, so what we're basically talking about here is right now we have an informal policy that the planning board has been following for, I don't know how long, it's been over a decade, because I've been around now for 9 years, and it's been going on that long, and since before that, where in order to get their approvals, they have to put 10% of their units at 80% of AMI. It's been a generally reasonable figure that sometimes, actually often, has needed some kind of sacrifice on the city's part when looking at the pro formas in order to make it work, because construction here is so expensive. And we know that. We've been dealing with this issue for years and years and years. It's taken a few projects and sunk them. It's taken a few that have had to go back to the drawing board more than once. So now what is before us is a motion to take after our planning department, to their credit, worked with state officials to figure out what the costs were, what the economics were, and what the economic implications were of requiring 60% as your AMI level, and a lot of testimony on that. We came up with our planning staff came up with up to 25% density bonus as a way to subsidize that, given our costs of site remediation, given the costs of construction. They came up with that as a method to compensate them for giving that substantially more subsidized rate. So now we have a motion on the floor to blow up the economics of this completely. And, I see the head shake no, but the math is yes. And so you're going to take, in a lot of these cases with this requirement, you're going to take projects that otherwise could get built, and they're not going to get built. So 60% of 10% at 60%, or if the at-large council just at 15% at 60%, equals zero if the project doesn't get built, because they don't get anything for doing that. So, I understand that there's concerns about what's being built, or how many people are here, or all the like. But if we want to pass this without the density bonus, and we want to roll up the carpet and close the door, then let's just say that's what we're doing, and just admit it. If we're not, if we do want to have actual inclusionary housing that that can provide affordable housing for people at a rate that's realistic for people in Salem, then we can quibble over the 10% or 15% for the affordable number. And I would encourage, if we do pass that if we do accept that, to send it to committee and try and get the math to see if that works between here and the next meeting. But to erase the density bonus entirely is just, it's just sabotage, to put it simply. And I absolutely don't support that in any way whatsoever, and I think it's incredibly short-sighted. But we'll see what the body has to say.
Councilor Medore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really like the compromise that my at-large counselor put forth in regards to looking at increasing the percentage requirements to 15 for those projects that take advantage of the 25% density bonus. I think that's a worthwhile idea that can be explored further. And I don't know what the numbers will look like, but I would really like to look into it and want to have the opportunity to explore that. And I appreciate the at-large counselor's suggestion.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor by Councilor Dibble, seconded by Councilor Sargent, to remove the section that refers to Councilor Sargent. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. What's that? You referenced it and I lost it sometime.
Section 5.4.4.
To remove section 5.4.4, which with respect to the 25% density bonus, is that correct? Councilor
Yes, the
Sargent?
density bonus. Yes, it is.
Okay, so the motion by Councilor Dibble, seconded by Councilor Sargent, is to remove section 5.4.4. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll, specifically on this removal of this section?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore?
No.
Councilor Marcillo?
No.
Councilor Prosnowski?
No.
Councilor Riccardi?
No.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
No.
Councilor McCarthy?
No. On the matter of the removal of section 5.4.4, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter does not carry. And if I could please make a suggestion to somebody that we've been here a long time and we have a long agenda to get through with regards to the budget. And I don't think that we're going to sit here and make motions and then we're going to take roll call votes and we're going to try to stop playing with the numbers. I really think that this matter probably, I hate to say this, I can't believe I'm saying it, should go back to committee, and unless there's a consensus coming out of committee, the matter will just have to stay in committee and not be acted upon, because this going back and forth at the 11th hour, the 11th day, coming up with stuff that's, this matter's been in front of us for 6 months, and I correct myself, 4.5 months, and to start looking at, like I said, changing the numbers, because, and I don't mean to argue with the Ward 7 councilor, the number of units getting built is not changing under what just got shot down. The affordability of the unit changes, but not the number of units. So we were still only creating 10% affordable. We're just changing the affordability level. So if we really want to talk about affordable housing, the question is, how do we incentivize more affordability, but at the same time address all the issues? And it could be a playing in the numbers. It could be lowering the density bonus to 20 and raising to 15. It could be, I don't know. All I know is a lot of thought went into this. A lot of people crunched the numbers, and we're not going to sit here and crunch the numbers at whatever time it is right now, at 10, 12 at night. So I'll yield to the floor to any recommendation. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I again reiterate support what the Good Ward 5 counselor suggested to move for first passage and refer to committee to work further on the at-large counselor's suggestion around the density bonus and increase in percentage of affordable units.
Do you want to, was there a second to Councilor Dominguez's request to change the density bonus from 10 to, in that line, in section 5.4.4 relative to the density bonus, to change it from 10 to 15%? Seconded by Councilor Dibble. Okay. We'll take a vote on that one. Any further discussion on that? Madam City Clerk.
1 second, please.
Mr. President.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Me?
Yep, Councilor. Yep, you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I heard that motion. What was the motion?
Councilor Dominguez moved to change in section 5.4.4 relative to density, At 25% density, he moved to change the number from 10 to 15%. Is that correct, Counselor? He's nodding his head. That is correct. Counselor Hapworth.
I just want to, I guess, point of clarity again, this can go back to committee. I may vote no on this now. I just want to make sure that this is something I need to take a look at. I need to see the math on. So I would assume a yes vote doesn't put this to committee, and no vote, it could still potentially go.
A yes vote would amend the ordinance to reflect Councilor Dominguez's wish to have it looked at with 25% density bonus with a 15% affordability. But then at that point, whether or not it goes, whether the whole ordinance goes to the full vote for a roll call vote, or whether it goes back to committee. If the will isn't to have a roll call vote tonight, then I suggest someone really gets up and starts talking about moving the thing back to committee, because they're not going to vote for it. Because if I don't see a consensus around 8 votes, no matter how we amend this thing, then this thing is going to go for a vote tonight and it's going to die. So if the will is not to die, then the will should be move it back to committee. And then if you could come to consensus, we vote it out on the 9th, and then we'll have to, I know the city clerk is going to punch me someplace if I suggest having a special meeting before the end of July, but we'd have to wait a week to advertise between the 9th and have a meeting sometime around the 20th. So whatever, I don't know day the 20th, I'm just suggesting a day. It could end up being the 21st, 23rd, I have no idea. I don't have a calendar right here in front of me. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to see this thing die. I'd like to be able to work with my fellow councilors to get some of these issues addressed. Tonight, we didn't talk about another issue, my second issue. I only have 2 issues with this. And if these 2 can be worked on in committee, I'll come out and I'll support this. The other issue was on we should increase the required number of units up to 25% of the units at 60% AMI. So have even more affordable units on properties that are owned by the municipality, the city of Salem, or were recently sold within a certain set number of years. So that's something I'm going to be bringing back up to committee, but I'll bring it up to the planners first to see if we can come up with proper languages with them and with our solicitor. So I'd like to move that this go back to committee and that we all work hard to compromise and to get something that is that will help the city of Salem, not something that hurts the city of Salem. So with that, I move that it be returned for further discussion to committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hold on, but I just want to caution, you can't regulate backwards either. So once something's already done, you can't change the parameters after the fact. So anything that's already been sold, you can't change the parameters on that piece of property.
We can certainly delete things out of it and change a percentage. We can make changes to it, Mr. President.
All I'm going to say is if the piece of property has already been sold prior to this being passed, you can't go back and change the parameters on what they can do with the piece of property that they already bought it.
You certainly can, Mr. President, because it's city-owned property. We could make a deed restriction on it, and it would stick. So you can.
Moving forward, if this was passed, any piece of property that we sold, yes, but you can't go backwards. A piece of property that we sold 2 years ago, you can't go change the rules for the person who now owns that piece of property.
That's correct. I'm not saying something like that.
Well, that's what you said going back. So I just want to clarify. Council Madore. Council Madore?
Yes, I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Mr. President. So what I'm hearing is that there is support to pass this, but additional concerns or additional amendments. So given that, I would suggest that we move to first passage and refer to committee to work on these additional items that come up. And I think if there is support, then there is support. And if you don't support it, then you don't support it.
Okay. That's what you want. So the motion on the floor, before Councilor Dibble's motion to put it to committee was Council Dominguez's motion, which was seconded by Councilor, actually Dibble and Hapworth, with regards to, in the affordability section, changing from 10% to 15%. Is that correct, Council? Council Dominguez? Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
I'm sorry, but I thought we already voted on this, but I'll say yes again.
No, we didn't vote on this one.
We didn't.
I don't remember. Go ahead, we'll just double check. Did we vote on this one, Madam City Clerk?
no, we just voted to motion to delete section 5.4.4 relative to the 25%
The
density.
motion is to delete the whole thing. Councilor Dominguez's motion is to amend section 5.4.4 in the affordability section and go from keep the 25% density bonus and go from 10% to 15% affordability. Is that correct? That's what we're voting on.
That's what I,
Yep, that's the way I had it. So, Madam City Clerk, you please call the roll. We already called somebody, right?
yeah, Council Dibble said yay. Is that correct? Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
No.
Council Hapworth?
No, because I haven't seen the math.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Masillo?
Yes.
Council Krasnowski?
No.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
No.
Council Toriel?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes. So the matter of amending the, excuse me? Or in the matter of amending the ordinance to change in section 5.4.4 in the affordability section, to maintain it at 25% 25% density bonus, but changing from 10% to 15%. We have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter to amend carries. Now, I believe Councilor Dibble has now moved to send the whole matter back to committee. Is that correct, Councilor? Does he have a second? A second from Councilor Hapworth. On the matter of sending the whole thing back to committee, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please? And I will just, hold on. I will just caution everyone, a yes vote is to send it back to committee. A no vote means that we still can make motions on it. And I will caution some of my newer colleagues that if you have questions about any of this and you want to avoid a second meeting towards the end of July, if you vote for it now, then if someone makes a motion to take a roll call vote on the approval, then you can get the numbers before the 9th, or you can send it to committee. I'm just giving you all your options. Madam City Clerk, call the roll and sending it to committee.
So this is only to go to committee.
Only to go to committee.
Okay, I think there was some wanted to speak. Okay. Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
No.
Council Marcillo?
No.
Council Krasnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
No.
Council Sargent? Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torium?
Yes.
Council McCarthy?
Yes, in the matter of extending this matter back to committee to hopefully refer this out with some amended language, we have 11 members voting, 8 in affirmative, 3 in the negative. The matter carried. Matter gets sent back to committee. Further committee reports. Council Turiel.
At last. City of Salem, City Council, June 25th, 2020. The Committee on Administration Finance Co-Postal Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of a bond order in the amount of $9,638,451 for the fiscal year 2021. General Fund Capital Equipment and Capital Improvement Projects has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On acceptance report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's almost 10:30 at night, but this is the capital bond for our general city needs. We had the meeting on this. Well, we discussed capital matters all throughout the 4 days of committee meetings, and we voted on this particular last night unanimously as a committee.
Thank you. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, anyone? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Council Dibble?
Dibble, can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry. I got disturbed by a bunch of coyotes out in front of my house just now.
That's
That wouldn't happen if we were at city council chambers. Could you just clarify what is a yes and no vote for?
A yes vote is to approve the bond order in the amount of $9,638,451.
Correct. Thank you. So yes.
Thank you.
Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prasnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the bond order in the amount of $8,638,451 for fiscal year 2021 General Fund Capital Improvement Program, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none on the negative. Matter carries. Further committee reports, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, City Council, June 25th, 2020. Committee on Administration and Finance, co-post with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of a bond order in the amount of $4,758,033 for the fiscal year 2021 water sewer capital equipment and capital improvement projects, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ditto?
Ditto. Gotcha. Any
Same
further
as-
discussion?
Yeah, this covers the water sewer enterprise fund side.
Yes, correct. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prasnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the bond order in the amount of $4,758,033, the fiscal year 2021 Water and Sewer Capital Improvement Program, we have 11 members voting, 11 affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further committee reports, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, City Council, June 25th, 2020. The Committee on Administration Finance co-post Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of fiscal year 2021 list of revolving accounts, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption by roll call vote.
On acceptance report, all those in favor? The record reflects I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation, on discussion, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one actually gets more explanation. This is our standard list of all our various revolving funds that the city operates, which is money in, money out throughout the year as needed, and then any leftover cash at the end of the year is swept back into the general fund. So this is a routine reauthorization we have to do because it's required annually by the state.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. On Council Terrell's adoption by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
I don't know why the Zoom screen changes. All of a sudden, Eileen is gigantic and I'm tiny.
Go
Find my own button. So yes.
Thank you.
Go into gallery mode.
oh yeah.
Go to gallery, hit the tab when you want to
Gallery
speak.
view.
Council
Council
Dominguez,
yes.
I'm sorry, Council Dominguez, I didn't hear you.
Council Dominguez.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnowski,
Yes?
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the creation of a FY 2021 list of revolving fund accounts in the amount of $2,388,000. $388,000. It's considered as a matter of recommend. We have 11 members voting, 11 in affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further committee reports.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, City Council, June 24, 2020. The Committee on Administration, Finance, Co-Host Committee of the Whole, to whom is referred the matter of fiscal year 2021 proposed 5-year CIP 2021-25 plan has considered said matter and would recommend adoption by roll call vote.
On acceptance report, all those in favor? Please record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. On adoption of the recommendation under discussion, Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is also part of the budget process where our overall capital spending program, where we project out several years, including our year spending that's outside of the bonding, is authorized. And, you know, we try and forecast out a couple of years, a few years as well, although things are pretty uncertain right now. But we do have a plan together. It's also on the city website for people who want to look at what we're looking at spending over the next few years.
Yep. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Would this require roll call, Council?
They all do.
Yes. Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnowski,
Yes?
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent, Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of fiscal year 2021 proposed 5-year CIP for 2021 through 2025, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Council, before we engage the whole budget, I know that we've still got some members of the planning staff and other members of the public that are waiting to see whether or not we remove the ADU off the table before we get into this whole budget. So Council Madore has her hand up and she wants, before you do that, she wants to move that we go out of order to unfinished business.
Okay.
Council Madore? Council Madore?
Yes, Mr. President, I would also ask for a 1-minute recess so we could stretch and take a bio break before we return.
Council Madore moves for a 1-minute recess. Seeing any objections? Seeing none, 1 minute. Thank you. Is everyone back? We are. Council Madore is asked to go to page 27 and take out of order unfinished business. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Should Eileen start us off? City Clerk, Madam City Clerk? You're muted.
Councilman Maduro moves to take from the table the matter of a zoning ordinance relative to accessory dwelling unit, section 3.1, table of principal and accessory uses. You should make that motion again to take from the table.
I need a second though, don't I?
Oh,
Yes.
Mr. President, no.
Excuse me, Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. President, I move to take the matter off the table.
Do I have a second? Council Masillo. Madam City Clerk, to remove the matter off the table, you call a roll, please. It's undebatable.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Presnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, the matter of removing the accessory dwelling unit zoning ordinance off the table. We have 11 members voting, 11 affirmative, none negative. The matter is now off the table. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize I perhaps should have taken the following off the table first, but I will just offer a recap on the table of uses in regards to accessory dwelling units. There was a discussion on adding the North River Canal Corridor District to the table and allowing ADUs in the district. So that was the only one amendment that came out of committee with the table.
Thank you, Council Madore. I guess, Council Madore, I guess my question would be, these are the way they appeared on the agenda, but if we don't do the second one, then it doesn't make sense to do the first one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I guess the motion, I don't know what the motion, the motion is that you want to, before we take a vote on this one, you would like to see if there is a will to remove the second one from the table and then have that discussion before we take action on this one, because we can't take action on this one without taking action on the second one. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, I apologize. It's late. I didn't look at it.
We'll just take them the way they're listed. So at this point, Councilor Madore would not like to take any action on this section of the zoning ordinance because it's improper at the time before we open up the second part and to see what the will is there. Does anyone have an objection with that? Seeing none, Council Madore. Madam City Clerk.
We have a motion to take from the table a matter of a zoning ordinance relative to accessory dwelling unit, section 10, 3.2.4, and 3.2.8.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the matter off the table.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Council Masillo. It's non-debatable. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Council Flynn?
Sorry. Yes.
Council
Thank you.
Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Presnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of removing the zoning ordinance relative to accessory dwelling unit, section 10, 3.24 and 3.28. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter is now off the table. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to recap, from May 28th, almost a month ago, we had referred the matter out of committee for the full body to vote on the specific ADU zoning amendments. And at the meeting prior to the meeting, the regular meeting on the 28th of May in OLA, we had a discussion on making changes. Sorry, my throat is drying up. Making changes to the ordinance relative to the rents and additional language on, bring it up, additional language on how it's going to be enforced. And included with that were previous amendments in regards to the special permit for attachments. So that summary of changes was sent to us, I believe, on the 28th as well. I have it before me. I can put it up on the screen, but if members have already seen that, then I don't know where everyone stands tonight. I know that there's some concerns about affordability provided by these additional changes in regards to the rent cap. I think there's definitely room for discussion there. And we'd like to see will of the body to see how we can move on this tonight.
Thank you. Any discussion? Nobody has anything. Councilman Madore.
No, sorry. Caught me. So I think the proposal that is currently before us is to cap the rent at 75% of fair market rent. And I believe there were some additional discussions that had happened since then about reducing that cap further to 60%, which makes the ordinance that will create ADUs that are 100% affordable. And this evening we talked a lot about requiring the affordable components for each project, and this will essentially make 100% of ADUs potentially created affordable. And I don't know how you can get more affordable than that. And I know that there are also concerns around the R1 zoning. And I think we had added some additional protections for additions to homes to go through the special permit process, as well as allowing homeowners to, as a separate package, allowing homeowners to take advantage of incentives that will in fact deed restrict the unit to be affordable in exchange for lower rents. Actually, that was the loan, and that's a separate package. So I would really like to hear from my colleagues where we stand on this. I would like to see this move forward, whether we can have a discussion about further compromises. Are we talking about negotiations and compromises? And I think that's a discussion I would like to hear tonight. And our community is perhaps tired of us debating this over and over again. And I think many of us in this body also do not want to see the ordinance to fail. So there's absolutely more interest to find ways to move forward with this. I know it's late and we perhaps are a little fried in our brains, but I would really like to hear where everyone stands on this and how we can move forward. Because all the time that we spent so far to get to a no, I think outside of the public sector, I don't think anyone functions that way. No company would invest years of staff resources and time and money. We've posted this in the newspaper several times. We've asked our staff to work on it, to provide funding to study this, ask the community to spend their time to discuss this, and ultimately get to a no without any real compromise. I think that would be a very disappointing outcome for not just this body, but also the community. So if there's a way that we can have that discussion tonight to move forward with this, I would welcome that.
Council, before I open up the floor, was it in the form of the motion where you were going to lower the affordability from what it is currently down to 60%?
I'm happy to make that motion.
You made that as a suggestion. I was just wondering if that was in the form of a motion.
I'm happy to. I'll make the motion. So I move to. Let me just pull it up.
Yeah.
In section 4B.
All right. Point of council.
I might need to call in a friend here.
I'm a friend. I believe it's in section 4. You want to change. You want to change the affordability to is. No one else is on. Amanda has her hand raised. Someone make a motion to suspend the rules to allow Amanda to address.
So moved.
Sure, 3 hands. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you could, please. Amanda has her hand up. If you could just tell her what the number is, Amanda.
I just promoted her to a panelist, so, it was the wrong, I did too by mistake. All right, Amanda, you're a panelist, there you go.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. And so there are a couple locations that you would need to change. The first is in the definitions under section 10. It currently says the affordable accessory dwelling unit, and then it has the definition of that as a housekeeping unit with a maximum rent at least 25% below the HUD fair market rent for Salem. So you would want to change that to whatever percentage that you're looking at. Did you say 60%?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be to at least 40% below. And then there are 2 more sections under 3A3 that would also need to be changed to at least 40% below established fair market rent limit. And then section 4A is the last location, and again, changed to at least, shall be at least 40% below established fair market rent limit.
Amanda, if you could please, I'm sorry, the second one, can you tell me where that one was? I've got section 4A and I missed the middle one.
3A3.
3A3, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that correct, Councilman Ball?
Yes, it is.
Thank
Could I put it up on the screen so everyone could see, Mr. President?
If you would so like to, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to share the screen really quickly.
Is Councilman Dora a panelist?
I am.
She is. But do you have to be a host to say share a screen? Council, there you go.
Hope you can see my screen. Anyone see my screen?
Yep.
So this is the letter that we got on the 28th prior to the council meeting. A cover letter, and then the 3 sections that Amanda pointed out under section 10 definitions, the highlighted in blue. So the 25% would be amended to 40% below fair market rent. The second one is over here. Relative to letter of intent by the homeowner to commit to charging rent 40% below the established fair market rent. And then lastly, this section here.
Yep. 4A, perfect.
And I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions on that? So Councilor Madore moves to amend the ordinance relative to accessory dwelling units to change the affordability, seconded by Councilor Turiel. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll? No one had their hand up, right? I can't see Councilor. There he is. This is specifically to amend the order to increase the affordability.
Yes.
Councilor Dibble?
I'll vote present on this one because I don't really know what it means. As the good Councilor Hapworth said earlier about the numbers and making changes on the fly like this. So I'll vote present.
Dominguez?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
No.
Councilor Turiel?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the motion to amend the ordinance relative to section 10, section 3A.3 and section 4A to change the percentages to 40% affordable. We have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 1 present. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes. 7, 3, and 1. Yep.
The amendment carries. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we owe the public an answer on where we stand on this. This has gone on long enough. So given the additional increase in affordability to 60% of fair market rent, and I had recently requested the Salem resident annual survey data, which specifically asked 2 years in a row what residents thought of the ADU ordinance amendment proposal before us. And 2 years in a row, we've gotten 2/3 of the respondents in supportive of this proposal. And that also kind of marks the amount of time that we've discussed this. There's been a lot of back and forth and compromise. We all want to make sure that we act on this, whether you're for it or against it. So I would really like to hear from my colleagues on where each of you stand on this, so we can carve a path forward.
Are you asking for a motion, or are you just asking for an informal poll? I mean, no one has to respond to an informal poll. Is there a motion to ask for a roll call vote, or what are we doing?
I would like to ask for an informal poll, if you put it that way.
No one has to respond to an informal poll. I mean, it's
okay.
Flynn.
Open for discussion.
Open for discussion. Councilor Flynn.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Ward 2 councilor, she was saying about that poll, 2/3 in the city. Do you have the figures broken down by ward that you could put on the screen so we could see? Of who supports it per ward, just so we can get an idea?
Mr. President?
I don't know if do they break it down that way?
Yes, Mr. President, the poll was taken by neighborhood, so I can bring up that data that I requested from our Mayor's Chief of Staff, and I can bring it up or I can just summarize it.
No, if you have it, bring it up, so let everyone see it.
Give me 1 second.
Yep. Council Flynn asked to see it.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Okay. So 2019 and 2020, yes, is at 70%, and 2020, both years are close at 70%, and then 17 and 21% for no, and then other. We also took the poll on the length of time they've lived in the city, and folks who lived, and pretty much the majority went under yes. So across the board, regardless of how long you've lived here, the majority said yes. And by neighborhood, I think all of the neighborhoods said yes on this column. So I believe counselors would recognize what neighborhood is in their ward. I know that for me, it's Salem Common, half of Broad Street, Bridge Street Neck, downtown, McIntyre. And for gender, along similar lines, majority are yeses. Folks who have children, also majority yeses. Age, again, majority yeses. And home ownership, whether you're owner or renter, 2/3 of the respondents said yes. And I'll stop sharing my screen now. If no further questions about this data.
Yep. Council Flynn, does that answer your question? Still have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I saw the percentages. Did it say how many voters, or how many residents, I'm sorry, took place in this poll that was given?
Yep, hold on. Council Madore.
Yes, Mr. President, I asked that as a follow-up question, and I can pull that screen up again. So the number of residents who responded in 2019 is 1,166, and this year it was 1,208.
Thank you. Council Flynn, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, I just want to know the total citywide that participated. That last question answered that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this has been, as has been mentioned, at this point now, a multi-year process that started originally in 2018 when we first started working on this. And this, and to put this as simply and as bluntly as possible, the reason we have spent much of the last 6 months dealing with this and having public hearings repeatedly and through the crisis and all else is because when the question was put forward to try and make these affordable, when the mayor went and polled the city council, 8 of us were willing to sign on to the effort. And we've gone through all this, and we somewhere in the course of all this and all these hearings, we lost our 8th vote, to put it as simply as can be. And now all these efforts are being made to try, and because the 8th vote has said that they want more affordability. And so now we've worked to put affordability requirements and make them stronger than had been than it had been planned for, instead of letting the market handle it. And we would see what that effect that would have. But I mean, we went from having 8 people supporting it to having 7 people supporting it and 1 person concerned about affordability. And now we've gone even farther to try to add affordability to it. And, it still looks to me like now we're still dead in the water. So I'm just wondering what it would have taken to make that affordability to create affordability, short of saying, because you can't, there's limits to what we can tell a private homeowner that they can do or not do. And if anything, lowering this affordability will ensure that the units that do get built are more affordable, but it's also going to result in quite many fewer being built and offered to the general public than we probably would have gotten the other way around. It still would get something, which is better than none, but it doesn't get us where we're looking for, or at least where we thought we were looking for. But I'm just curious now as to what it would have taken, since from that last vote too, it looks like even 40%, even a 60% of rent levels just isn't enough. So before this goes down in flames entirely, I'd like to hear what it would have taken. Thank you. I'm set.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been researching this topic a little bit longer than what the good Ward 5 councilor just talked about. As you know, I helped write the existing in-law apartment ordinance with Councilor Milo and seniors from the Council on Aging. And that was 2 years before that. So I've been at this for, 3.5 years or so. It's been a while, whatever the math is. It concerns me that this city council rejected this proposal in 2019 on a 6-5 vote. And then the mayor resubmitted it again this year with 4 new city councilors on board, thinking that she had the votes and that it could pass. So, that's the reason why we're dealing with it all over again. Similar to the carnivals in the Salem Common, how that came back to us, I think, 3 or 4, at least 3 years, maybe 4 years in a row. And the city council rejected it every single year. So, in my mind, I'm looking at this, and we got an R1 that basically can change, anybody who wants to change their single-family house into a 2-family house by this ordinance could do that. We lose the protection. The existing in-law apartment protects that single-family status, where people invested their life savings into their house for a quality of life in a single-family neighborhood. Now, we're not Boxford or Topsfield, but we don't need to be more like Chelsea, or not that there's anything wrong with Chelsea, but we don't need to be more dense and crowded. I love our neighborhoods. I want to see them protected throughout the city. I voted no on this last year, and I'm against this one here, but I've tried to approach it this year with an open mind and see if there are good things in this. I'm against changing the R1. Had that been compromised, I would have come to the table more had we taken the R1 out of it and left it single family. But this ordinance squeezes another unit into anybody who owns or anybody who wants to do it that owns a 2, 3, 4, or 5 family. They can squeeze another unit into there. And earlier tonight, we were talking about overcrowding the city of Salem. This is just another step to further overcrowd the city of Salem. The recent changes that the mayor just proposed to try to win this vote after she knew that she didn't have the votes, those changes were significant to this ordinance. Changing and putting a rent control, which rent control is illegal in Massachusetts, but putting a rent control mechanism on the owners of the property where they had to set a cap on how much they could charge. I don't know if that's legal or not, and we should have a discussion about that. But when you offer some of these units at a tax-free status that the mayor just proposed, that's just wrong. Those proposals are huge. Those amendments, rather, are huge. Those were proposed by the mayor after the public hearing was closed and after the planning board made their recommendation to the city council. So ethically, I think we're in violation there. It's bad practice making such a radical change, a big change to this, when the public is not even allowed to comment on it. The public comment was shut out about having people being able to put a second house in their backyard where there was once a garage, or a big addition. Oh, I'm not done yet, Mr. President. I'm almost done.
First of all, if you're gonna make statements like that, no one shut anyone up. We follow procedure. We follow the letter of the law with how a zoning amendment is made. So don't go putting words out there that we shut anyone out. We had an open public hearing about this, and unless you went to law school in the last 6 weeks, then I suggest that if you have any questions about legality, if you raise that issue, that you take it up with the city solicitor, because the only person in this council that in this city that represents us is our city solicitor. So if you have a legality question, before you go making a assumption on the floor that we're not doing anything legal, then I suggest you raise that with the solicitor before you make an innuendo on an open council floor.
Mr. President, I didn't say that we did anything illegal. I said what the mayor did in presenting a radical change to this proposal after the public hearing was closed. After it was closed. That's just wrong. The public was not allowed to speak. The public, I'm sorry, I'm in the mid-sentence, Mr. President. The public was not allowed to speak. The public was not allowed to speak, Mr. President, on this matter at all.
Well,
this matter came out after the public hearing was closed. So having some units in the city of Salem be real estate tax exempt, who's going to pay for the services of these people, their trash, the snow plowing, the children going to school, whatever other city services they might get? It's not going to be reflective in the real estate tax on that property. So that means everybody else that's paying taxes in the city of Salem, their tax bill will subsidize that tax exempt ADU. So that's not fair. So across the board, this is just a bad idea. And we don't need to overcrowd our really nice single-family neighborhoods. We don't need to overcrowd 2, 3, and 4, and 5 unit buildings by squeezing in another unit into there. And we shouldn't be having some units be tax exempt. So this whole idea is just bad across the board. So once again, I'll be voting no on this, even though 3 years ago, 3 or 3.5 years ago when we were studying this, we heard, and we were writing the in-law apartment ordinance, we heard the vast majority of the comments from the public said, please don't make this to allow it to go to 2-family. They said it needs to be the same family. So we worded and got really into the nuts and bolts of what the family definition should be. So I'll be voting no on this once again. And hopefully, Mr. President, hopefully, if this is rejected tonight, it doesn't come back for a 3rd year next year.
Mr. President, can I respond since he was initially responding to my statement?
Before I do, you're over here on my screen. I don't know where I'm in your screen. I'm going to go to Councilman Madore first.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. She had her hand up.
Okay.
Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of discussion about protecting R1 neighborhoods and that their interests are more important than other neighborhoods. So I also heard a lot about how we need to listen to everyone in the city, how we need to represent everyone. But I am not hearing that same narrative in this discussion, that the interests of the R1 residents are more important than R2, R3, B5, whatever other districts that we have. I think that I want to call that out. And to say that we're protecting our neighborhoods, I would really want to know what we're protecting them from. We're protecting them from newer neighbors. And what's the harm in having new neighbors? I love having new neighbors. And if there is such a concern about density, I would love to make a motion to add an amendment to make this a pilot and cap ADU units annually at 50 units and see how that works out.
Thank you.
So
before we go, Councilor Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll make it into Friday at this rate. We're just really going strong. Just be the first. So we were discussing tax credits because tax credits were one of the incentives we were trying to come up with to provide affordability, to encourage people to build affordable units and to keep the rents low. So, you know, tax credits weren't allowing people to build for free, and they're still paying their taxes. Not like we're making houses tax exempt for that. What we were doing in the design of the tax credit, which I had worked on that last year to try and get that put together for this, is if you build an ADU on your house, the value of your house increases somewhat. And if you give a credit against that, and it wasn't a large amount of money in these cases, we're not talking about doubling the value of a house, because contrary to what gets, thrown around here in the rhetoric, we're not making single family houses suddenly into two family houses. We're building small accessory units in houses that potentially have the room to do so if they want to do that. We've taken the rhetoric in this so far, and it's not just, from people like the Ward 7 councillor who are opposing it. We have a lot of rhetoric for people who are proponents of it, thinking that this is the magic beans that will solve all of our housing problems, and it's not. It's one piece of the whole idea behind this was to encourage people to also build units for their families, because that's something that, in the original ordinance we passed a couple of years ago, that was a positive, and it hasn't resulted in very many units partly because you can only allow them to be used for family or caretakers. That's the only acceptable use. And we did loosen up the definition of family, because I was there for those meetings, and we heard testimony from people who were very concerned that we were being too restrictive initially with it. So we loosened up the family definition in order to allow people from, people who are a little more distantly related to use these units. And even with that, we've only seen a handful of them asked for, because when we made this, we also said, if you stop using it for the intended purpose, you got to dismantle it. You got to take the kitchen out, which was the thing to make it no longer a dwelling. And now you just have some rooms with a door on it. So people aren't going through that so much for what in many of these cases is a shorter term need, where you have an elderly parent that you have to take care of for a few years or whatever have you. And that's, it's fine. It's helped some families, and that's a positive. So we're trying to expand this to a fairly reasonable degree. The biggest thing that I had a concern with was the ability to have a standalone ADU built in a R1. I was very much against that. I don't see, that's the one case where you're turning a house lot into two house lots. It made no sense to me. We've eliminated it. We have in committee, because it was filed the same day, we have a tax credit program. We have a loan incentive program to help encourage people to build affordable ADUs. Now we could take them out, I guess, because we could just kill those, because we have we've just amended to add a rent cap on them that guarantees that any ADUs built are affordable. So, and if I'm fine, and I'll second the councillor's motion on making it a 50 unit per year limit. I'll gladly second that motion. But we've got people who are looking at this like somehow it's the apocalypse, and we have people who are looking at it like it's the solution to everything, and it's not. It's a small, targeted solution that would allow some homeowners who thought it was worth the economics of doing so to add a unit to their place as a rental, and they could either go live in it and rent out their home, or they could rent that out for some income. It's really that simple. We have people who are aging in their homes and they're empty nesters, and something like this is a bonus for them that really helps them stay in their houses. It ensures viability. We've already guaranteed that that owner occupancy is required in at least one of the units. So, I mean, it's a small step, and people are treating it like, including on this body, like it's, a giant meteor, which maybe at this point this year we could use, but either which way. I'm happy with the pilot program thing, and I would gladly vote on that. Like I said, I second it, but other than that, let's either vote on this or kill this, because we still got a budget to do. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Anyone else?
Yes.
Council Sergeant, then the mayor, if someone doesn't object.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief. I support the original ADU ordinance as far as being able to help family, friends, caregivers, extended family. But this new ADU, this is made more for a city or town that doesn't have much rental housing, that doesn't have any affordable housing, that has a lot of open space. It's more set up for a place like a Hamilton, Wenham, Topsfield, Boxford, I guess one of the towns like Wellfleet, where there's plenty of open space and very little rental housing, very little opportunities there. I don't think this isn't really, to me, set up for a city like Salem, Beverly, Peabody, or Lynn, with places that have like 50% rental units already, with a lot of density, with like us with 12.4% affordable housing. We're doing good. We're like 15th best in the state at providing affordable housing. I don't think we need this to move us out into a better place as far as rental units. Some of those other cities and towns I mentioned have 1-2% rental units. They need more rental units. They need more affordability. A lot of them are sending their people to places like Salem, Beverly, Peabody, and Lynn to find rental units because they don't have enough in their town. It makes our situation even more difficult for people to find a unit. So I just don't see this as something that's needed in our city right now. So thank you.
Thank you. I see Mayor Driscoll's joined us again. Does anyone make a motion to allow the mayor to address his move by Council Turios, Councilman Hapworth? Mayor Driscoll.
Yeah, thanks, Council McCarthy. I'll be brief because I know it's late. We still got a budget to approve. I guess I just want to make sure we're clear why we're all here, right? All of us have been elected, some from ward, some from at large, throughout the entire city. And I think people trust us to make decisions on their behalf. When you vote for somebody, you're asking that individual to do the hard work, to understand the issues, and then vote on their behalf. It's representative democracy. The reason that we're struggling so much, I think, around this particular issue is because we've had a hard time processing where we started and how we got here towards the end. And I appreciate the emotion that this brings for folks and the passion that they have around this issue. No one's more emotional and passionate about housing and affordable housing in particular in Salem, I think, than I am. And we've really tried to put both policy and projects on the front burner to try and address the dire affordable housing needs that we have in our community. We started these conversations several years ago. We put the accessory dwelling unit ordinance before the council last year. It passed with 2/3 support the first time. It didn't pass the second time because a couple of councilors peeled off, and it failed. The only reason we're here right now on June 25th at 11:23 p.m. talking about an accessory dwelling unit is because one of your colleagues said, hey, we need more affordable housing. I think I can support accessory dwelling units. There were 8 councilors who signed on to that. 8. And that was an entire package, an accessory dwelling unit ordinance, along with a tax incentive to create them and a loan pool program as a package filed at the same time. No bait and switch, nothing later. The idea was we really want to try and address the affordable housing needs in our community. Over 50% of Salem renters are paying more than 30% of their income. I can tell you a story a day a week about somebody looking for a unit in Salem who grew up here, who lives here now, or who works here, who cannot find them. Right now, we're trying to find housing for the fire victims and the property on Lafayette Street, as well as homeless Salem Public Schools families who have been living at Salem State dorms for the last several months, but it's not a permanent solution. They need to get out. There's not enough inventory and there's not enough affordable. And these are folks who have either vouchers or means to pay anywhere from $1,500 to $2,020 a month. We cannot find units for them. It is an emergency. So this was filed with 8 people supporting it, saying, yes, this is a reasonable tool. Throughout the process, which you know all too well, public hearings with the planning board, joint public hearings, an opportunity to amend it, to fine tune it, to get to this point where we are right now, we heard from one of the counselors who was supportive saying, it doesn't go far enough, I think it needs more affordability. So we reacted and said, okay, let's look at what can we do. And we reduced the rent maximum for an accessory dwelling unit, meaning that any accessory dwelling unit that's now built under this ordinance or approved under this ordinance would be affordable by virtue of the fact that we put a limitation on how high the rent would be. You couldn't charge market rate, you had to charge it lower. We were told that wasn't enough. We reached out again to that counselor and said, hey, can we lower a little bit more? How about 60% of fair market value? That ties into what we know we need for workforce housing in particular. That's what we're here that's why we're here right here tonight. A chance to try and work to improve housing options for people who live in Salem, who work here, many of whom grew up here and are feeling priced out. No, we can do nothing. That is an action that we can take, right? This can fail, it will not move forward. I think inclusionary zoning is heading in that same path based on the conversation earlier today. But if we as a body are saying we want to do something about housing, we see this as a main issue in our community, there's work that we have, and that's both policies and projects, then we need to act. And if we're not going to support it, table it, withdraw it, do what you want, but it's a conscious decision this body is making not to help affordable housing in our community. And I think that point needs to be crystal clear. We can disagree on the tactics, but we have no options right now if this doesn't move forward. If you don't think it's good for Salem, don't vote for it. But if you are telling me you're a supporter of affordable housing and you think we need more, this is the fastest way to get units built. Councilor Madore just put in place a pilot program to try and limit it. I don't think we're going to get overrun anyway. And to be clear, nobody has said this is the answer. I wish there was one answer for affordable housing, but there isn't. This is one piece of it. There'll be projects that are built. We've got a bunch in the pipeline. For folks who think we haven't done enough, in the last 10 years, our own version of an inclusionary housing ordinance has created 130 affordable units. That's the private sector. That's not $1 that the city has put in. That's just the basis of the planning board's decision to build in affordable housing units as part of new construction. We've created another 185 units by working with nonprofit housing partners. So we've had 315 affordable housing units created in the last decade, and it's not nearly enough. I'd love to think that we could end this debate at 11:27 now and find a way to support something, to move something forward. But if we can't, just say where you stand. It's okay. People have been showing up at meetings, coming to public hearings, emailing, writing, right? Doing all the things that people do when they want to let you know how they feel. I get those too. My inbox is full as well. For, against, that's the role that we play as leaders. People are going to reach out. They're going to advocate for their position. And the job that we have as elected officials is to tell them where we stand. So it would be great to know where people stand so we can fish or cut bait on this issue and move on to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Prosnowski, then Councilor Riccardi.
I know the mayor asked us to explain ourselves and all where we stand on this, and this has been a tough issue that we've all been kind of digesting on several reasons. But let me give you my little spiel, I guess. You know, I spent 40 years working for the city on the police department, and as a police officer, the decisions that I had to make out on the field weren't based on assumptions or speculations. They were based on facts, because people's lives change when you make assumptions and decisions, and you don't base them on facts. So I promised the people when I was running my campaign that that's exactly what I would do. I would take a look at these important decisions, and I would look at the data. I would look at the facts. So I have a little column that says facts and a little column that says assumptions and speculations. So here are my facts. Affordable housing. Yes, it's going to help some. Is it a cure? Absolutely not. I don't believe so. But is it going to help? Yeah, it is. It's one little tool that's going to help in affordable housing. Owners don't have to move out of their homes that have ADUs because their families have gone or grown up or gone somewhere else. But right now, the way it sits, they can't rent to anybody except a family or a caregiver. So they're stuck. And if they're an elderly couple with low income, they're in a heck of a bind. And I've listened to a couple of these stories, and they move me. Added taxes, I guess it'd be a little bit. You know, I know some people will take advantage of the tax incentive, but it's still going to add taxes. That's a fact. Here's a fact: added property values. We all know that it's going to be a bigger house. It's going to add to your property value. There's no evidence from any other city or town like Salem that supports any negative impact. Here's another fact. The poll that was just mentioned by Councilor Madore, 2/3 of the Salem majority wants ADUs. In every neighborhood, in every corner of this city, the majority of the people want ADUs. I'm sorry.
No, they're good.
Okay. Here's a fact. The city planners unanimously voted for this. What do we have, a bunch of dummies as city planners? I think we all believe that we have credible people with integrity who put an awful lot of effort and work into do it, and it was unanimous. 60% affordability. That was lowered to help the affordability rate. And I guess that was one of the sticklers with maybe another member of the council. But it was lowered last minute to hopefully change some minds. I've got a little tidbit over here that says Massachusetts was ranked last in the nation in affordable housing for elderly. How's Salem's elderly population? What are we telling them? We have one of the biggest per capita elderly populations in the state. What are we telling our elderly people? Assumptions, speculations, misinformation. How about these? The neighborhoods are going to change. Who says that? Whose crystal ball is going to say that? We're going to become overrun with ADUs. I've lived in the city all my life. I don't see that happening. We're going to be overrun with ADUs in two families. Since when does an ADU become a two-family? Two families. How's another family going to live in 800 square feet? No, it's not. It's just going to be a little addition that's going to help people in their properties. I don't see how this is going to hurt Salem in any way. If you give me some facts, I'll listen to them, but don't throw assumptions and misinformation and fears and everything else at me and tell me that this is bad when I can see it's good and 2/3 of the people in this city can say it's good. So that's my spiel. Thank you for listening. I yield.
Thank you. It was Councilor Riccardi, I think. Then Councilor Flynn has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just really briefly, keep it quick. I almost forgot the budget was also on tonight. But as one of the 8 counselors that were part of reintroducing this to the council this year, I just want to confirm my support. To me, the option of ADUs, they address 2 challenges that we face today. Homes are unaffordable for the young and they're impractical for the aging. This is one of the most simplest solutions to help those 2 challenges. And as members of the council, we have a shared and collective responsibility to help solve the issues of our residents. Inaction today is really going to change the fabric of Salem as we know it. And I don't think any one of us want that to happen. I do feel that the current ADU ordinance is unfairly restrictive. I don't think that the limitation to family members is fair. This has been in front of council for, I wrote it down earlier. I think you said earlier, Mr. President, maybe 4.5 months. We've had 4.5 months to talk and discuss and make adjustments to this and provide our feedback of what we want, what we feel will be suitable, what we feel will make this affordable. And I think we have presented some very strong and fair compromises to that. I mean, we can't give away ADUs. We really can't dig this any deeper. We're not going to be increasing and turning every single family home in Salem to a double family or two family. I think the pilot compromise that was just introduced of limiting 50 units is a great idea. I can't think of any negatives based on facts that would dissuade me from this. And with that, again, it's been a long meeting, so I will yield. Thank you.
Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there was a little confusion regarding those numbers that the Ward 2 Council put up. I think the Good at Large Council just said 2/3 of the city. The last year vote was 1,208 votes. It's 3% of our city. And so you're looking at 3% with these numbers. I can tell you the people that reached out to me easily 10-1 do not want it in Ward 4. I also, I grew up in Salem my whole life, 51 years, and I'm proud to say from working in the city, knowing the city, I see our neighborhoods, all neighborhoods, R1, R2, R3, are very diverse, and that's a good thing. Sadly, about a week ago, some people were trying to turn this actually into a race issue where they're trying to put R1 neighborhoods were not more diverse. And I think that was a very poor thing to do, especially in the time that we're facing right now. Like I said, personally living here, and it's a great thing. All neighborhoods are more diverse. The fact is, people coming to me, they say that they made this investment. They came here, they moved to Salem because they wanted to live in an R1 neighborhood. They wanted to have a single family neighborhood. I have several issues with parking in Ward 4. We have a big mess down off of Pope Street. The neighbors are getting flooded with parking. When you add more cars, you're going to have more trouble with parking up here. People already have issues. Some houses we're trying to get for snow emergencies. And on top of that, personally, I don't feel I have the right to take away something that a person made a commitment to move here. This is what they wanted. This is what they made their biggest investment in their lives for some people. And I'm going to support the people that reached out to me. And I just didn't want to let people think when they hear 2/3 of that survey. Like I said, it's only 3% of the city of Salem. I don't know who did the survey. Many people were trying to text into me saying they never took the survey. I never heard the survey. I haven't heard one person in my neighborhood say that they took this survey. So I don't give that too much weight. But I just wanted to say those words. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Hapworth and Councilor Masillo.
And I'll be brief as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to reaffirm my support as well. And I know just to bring up one point that was brought up earlier today, the Ward 7 councilor had some concerns about luxury housing being built in Salem, and I would completely agree with that. That is the majority of what's getting built right now. We have a fire hose of demand in every single area community from Portland, Maine, down to Washington, D.C., and probably beyond that. And it's because of some of these restrictions around things that have happened historically for hundreds of years in this country where neighborhoods grew incrementally and were allowed to grow that way. That no longer happens. And we're at a point where there's such scarcity in housing that what does get built is luxury housing. And it's nobody's fault but the cities and communities that have overly restricted some of this development. This isn't going to solve affordable housing. This is one step back towards incremental, appropriate development. It's the missing middle. It's this thing that probably has universal support. From what I heard at the doors during the campaign, there's universal support around, look, it's everything is either too high or it's not enough, and we want something closer to what was built up until the 1950s or so. The ADUs are one step back towards that direction. And of course I support it, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilor Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll also try to make this very, very quick. I am still very strongly in favor of ADUs. I also did a lot of research. I did a lot of Googling. One of the things I did Google was negative impacts of accessory dwelling units on neighborhoods. And there was nothing to support any sort of a negative impact on neighborhoods. There's been studies in a lot of the cities that allow ADUs, and many neighbors didn't even know that a house next door had an ADU. There is no negative impact. There's just not enough built to create any sort of an impact. I mean, for me, with cars and traffic, I would suggest that we all look at how many of our children have cars in our homes. How many of us have 5 cars in the driveway and out on the street? This is not going to. I think that the traffic and the car issue is a whole other discussion. I am still very in favor of ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will just briefly say that it was funny that I read someplace, I think someone else took some of my thoughts, but when I was looking at this, I looked back and said, when was Salem's highest population other than right now? It was 1938, I believe, right before World War II. Salem was at its highest population. And what's the difference between now and then? Now we're only just increasing beyond that population right now is the fact that no one really talks about is the changing demographic of a family. Back in the day, people had larger families. Let's be 100% honest. Most people had larger families. I live in a home right now that my wife and myself and my 2 children live in. We were fortunate enough to purchase that home from my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law, when we bought the house, she lived by herself. But when she had a family, she had a husband and 6 children. So that house went from 8 people down to 1 person, and now back up to 4. No one takes into account changing demographics of a family. So what's happened in the since World War II? What's happened is you're seeing a changing dynamics of the family. People are making conscious decisions to have smaller families. And by doing so, then you have the demand for more housing because the families themselves are smaller. So when people say we're going to affect the R1, I hear what they're saying, but at the same time is when you look at the ordinance, I ask people all the time, did you read it? Homeowner occupied. No additions unless, if someone could put an addition on their house right now, by right, they have the right to put an addition on, but everything's going to be contained within the house. You have to provide an off-street parking spot. So unless you have or you have to go through you have to go through a special permit process, which then if your neighbors have an issue, then they have the ability to come out. This isn't going to solve every problem, but what it's going to do is it's going to give some homeowners more flexibility on making decisions on whether or not they want to stay in their home because maybe their family has passed. Maybe they didn't have a family. I don't know. But it just gives the homeowner more flexibility. And that's the way I look at it. That it ends up being affordable, great. If it doesn't, it just gives the homeowners more flexibility. We're going to sit here all night. So the question's going to become, do we want to vote on this thing tonight? Shoot it down? Or if you don't want to shoot it down, put it back in committee. It's up to the will of the body, but I'll leave it to the will of everyone else. There's no one else wanted to speak. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made a motion that was seconded by a counselor from Ward 5.
Yep. There's a motion on the floor by Council Madore, seconded by Council Turiel to create a pilot program with no more than 15 units in 1 year. Is that correct? Was it 15 was the number?
50. And Mr. President, if this does not address concerns about density, then I would welcome additional suggestions on how we can reduce the impact on density.
I'm not sure I heard the number correctly. That's all. So the Council Madore's motion on the floor, seconded by Council Turiel, is to create a pilot program where it doesn't allow for the creation of more than 50 units in 1 year. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? Madam City Clerk, you're muted.
I hit my space bar, sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
No.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Preznowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
No.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of amending the ordinance to include a cap of the pilot program of 50, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter is now amended. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table the matter again.
Kidding me?
Council Madore moves to table. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
You're not kidding me.
Council Sergeant, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not muted.
Council Dibble, the matter is, Councilor Madore made a motion to table. It's a roll call vote to table.
No.
Council Dibble's a no. Thank you.
Council Dominguez,
No.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Preznowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent.
Now you have to unmute.
You can unmute yourself now.
No.
Council Torrio
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of tabling, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter is tabled. Council Torrio.
I move we go back to page 12.
Yahoo. We're on page 12, and it's almost 12 o'clock. Council Torrio moves to go back to page 12. So moved. We're on the second one.
Yep. So this is the this is the long budget roll call where people will be jumping in and out, recusing and coming back. And I will just note before we go into it, there were, like I said, there were 4 very lengthy meetings that we held. It was, there were a lot of departments that got asked questions. Some of them were pretty tough ones, and some departments just went right through. They all did a great job explaining to the committee what they were up to, how they were coping with the financial constraints that were placed on them by circumstances this year, and how they've all pivoted. We had a couple of what were essentially clerical or scrivener's errors, basically, in because some of these numbers were changing so fast. And so 2 departmental budgets were amended, the solicitors and the harbor masters. That affects the grand total that we have here in front of us that I'll be reading off. The other thing is we have a new enterprise fund this year that was created for our public access cable to handle the cable TV, the money from Comcast that's now going through an enterprise fund rather than just being a direct subsidy to the station. So it goes to the city now first. And in creating that enterprise fund, although it got added to the agenda and it was referred to, and it was initially done, we never wound up having it on the committee schedule. So I'm going to have to, when we get to that, we're going to be changing the enterprise funds total, and we're going to refer this back to committee for the public access, and then we'll be bringing that one out and adding it at the meeting for our July 9th meeting. So thank you to the committee who sat through a lot of these. I know pretty much every other counselor attended besides my 4 committee members, who were in there. We had Councilor Hapworth and Riccardi as our newbies this year. Councilor Flynn has been on A&F all these years and has figured out the drill by now. And Councilor Dominguez this was his first year on A&F, and he adjusted to it well. So with that said, I'll go into this basically for those who are new. The routine is we will go through each department's budget and vote on the total, because the split between personnel and non-personnel was handled in committee, and we consulted on this a few years ago and realized we didn't have to do multiple votes on each department. So we're going to go through this. When we get to a department that a member has a reason to recuse from, just turn off your video and I will note that you've recused yourself. And these all reflect the various reductions. So I'll start out with
Counselor, if I may, before we proceed?
Sure.
Because we're in a unique situation where we're in Zoom. Are you going to read the total of each one, and we're going to take a roll call vote at the end, or are we taking a roll call vote at the end of each department?
We can take a roll call. We can take our roll call vote at the end of each one to affirm the committee votes. That's perfectly acceptable practice-wise. So when we get to the total, which is on page, hang on, let me find the page for it. So
20.
Page 20, thank you. So we can vote for the amended total on the general fund, and I can just, in the Zoom status, we can just go through the departmental totals. If there are any questions, please ask them when I read them off, and I'll take a look. So, and answer anything comes up. So first, we have the mayor's departmental budget for fiscal year 2021 of $567,051. Then we have the city council departmental budget combined of $203,907. We have the city clerk departmental budget of $312,544. We have the city clerk elections and registration departmental budget for fiscal year 2021 of $220,307. We have the assessing departmental budget of $371,434. The collector departmental budget of $245,935. The informational tech, the ITS departmental budget, which is a total, which is two different totals. We have a total of $749,710, along with fixed costs of $768,558. That makes the total departmental budget $1,518,268. We have the finance departmental budget of $392,961. We have the parking department budget of $1,203,648. We have the purchasing department of the departmental total of $177,736, along with fixed costs of $73,076 for a total of $250,812. We have a treasurer's department total of $451,770, and that also includes, that then also includes debt service expenses of $6,442,406, short-term debt of $1,184,618, a $2,367,453 assessment to the North Shore Regional VOC. We have state assessment expenses of $9,049,302. That's the money that goes back from them for other assessments on our state aid. We have contributory retirement personnel services of $12,778,085. That's our pension system. We have non-contributory retirement of personnel services of $10,034. That's for one remaining employee who is before our existing retirement system was created. We have Medicare expenses of $1,262,407 and municipal insurance of $292,384. That overall departmental total, including all those fixed costs, is $33,838,459. Then we have, this one was amended. We have the solicitor licensing department budget for fiscal year 2021 of voted at $382,522. That's a $2,000 reduction from the amount that was initially posted. In the human resources department, we have personnel and non-personnel a total of $262,373, and then added to that we have workman's comp of $491,305, unemployment comp of $300,000, and group insurance personnel, that's our all our health insurance costs, $15,427,036 for a departmental total of $16,480,714. Now Councilor Flynn will be recusing himself. We have the fire departmental budget for fiscal 21 of $9,489,864. That's personnel and non-personnel. Thank you. You can come back now. We have the police departmental budget. Now, I believe Councilor Krasniewski has to disappear. We have the police departmental budget of $10,705,403. And then we have the harbor master budget, which was reduced due to a error in the initial setup. It was originally posted at $421,375. The amended total is $371,029. So that's a roughly $50,000 reduction. We have public property, building, plumbing, gas inspectional department. We have the personnel and non-personnel for that of $682,266, along with non-personnel expenses of $1,200 for the ZBA, and public property fixed costs, including our leases and like on the City Hall Annex and other costs like that, of $685,900 for a total of $1,369,366. The health department budget is a total of $553,592. Our electrical department budget is $793,127. The planning departmental budget is, the base budget is $608,944 for personnel and non-personnel expenses. Then we have, for the Conservation Commission side, we have $28,735. We have for the Planning Board $35,945. And for the Historical Commission, $32,581. And under planning, we also have our non-personnel expenses, which is mainly market and tourism and the money that we contractually pay for Destination Salem, of $278,208 for a overall departmental total of $984,414. We have public services departmental budget. On the public services side, we have a total of $3,099,471. And for snow and ice, which is a separate account, we have $458,935. That's our baseline snow budget. That total is $3,558,406. The engineering departmental budget is $188,952. Or sorry, $188,952. Yeah, 188 million, right. So for the recreation community services, I believe the council president now has to disappear. We have in the base recreation department, we have a personnel, non-personnel total of $569,282. We have $554,190 for the golf course in personnel and non-personnel expenses. We have $238,748 on the Witch House personnel and non-personnel. And that includes the personnel who attend Pioneer Village because they're split between the two locations. But on Pioneer Village itself, we have non-personnel expenses of $18,600. And then on Winter Island, we have personnel and non-personnel of $265,895 for a departmental total of $1,646,716. We have the Council on Aging departmental budget of personnel and non-personnel of $558,500. The library departmental budget of $1,348,068. Veteran services of $528,838. And then we have the overall school department budget of $63,449,649. And then finally, we have budget transfers out of our general fund, which are assessments that we pay, for $625,000. And our total general fund for fiscal year 2021, that as amended with the harbor master removed, that is $152,159,406. So that is a reduced total.
86, council.
Sorry, I missed it. Oh, yes, sorry, I misread the scribble on it. We were doing some markup over in the city clerk's office this afternoon. So $152,159,486, and I move for that to be adopted by roll call vote.
Any discussions on any of these departments that the good chair just read?
I'll say see Councillor Flynn has a line, but the vast majority of councillors were in these departmental discussions. So I think that was very positive. So.
Councilor Madore and Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know. I have a different version of the.
They were
Not seeing the same number for the general fund.
As amended during the proceedings, the solicitor's budget got $2,400 removed from it, and the harbor master got $50,346, I think. So basically, those two amended totals create the new total of $152,159,486. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, at the time the agenda was done, the solicitor's budget was already heard and included in this total, and then the amended total, and then the harbor master's reduction of the 50,264, whatever that was done after the agenda, so that's why it's not reflected, but it's reflected in the 152, 159, 486.
And if we confirm this with Laurie,
I'm sorry?
I see Laurie on the screen. If we confirm this with Laurie, is this the correct number?
You can confirm it. You wanted to confirm
Laurie,
it?
Could you just unmute Laurie for 1 second?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm sorry, what was the question?
The total general fund for fiscal year 2021, $152,159,486. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to go on record one more time that I did recuse myself for the fire department budget and the council on aging budget. Thank you.
Yep. Nope. We got you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Councillor. I actually missed that you would recuse yourself on the COA budget, so that's my miss. So,
Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prozinski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the total general fund fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $152,159,486, we have 11 members voting, 10 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter carries. Councilor Torrio.
Thank you. First, I move for immediate reconsideration. I hope it does not prevail.
Councilor Torrio moves for immediate reconsideration. Hopes does not prevail. Madam City Clerk, do we have to call a roll on that?
Not normally, but you may want to on this.
I wouldn't say normally, but since we're in these unique situations, and this is a very large number. So just for everyone's clarification, normally when you reconsider, it's yay or nay. So if you don't want to reconsider, you vote opposed. So in this case, no.
Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh, did I get that wrong?
No, you got it right, Councilor.
Right.
If you,
I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to oppose it.
you don't want to reconsider, that wouldn't be.
Correct.
That would, there you go.
No.
Yeah.
That'd be no.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore?
No.
Councilor Marcillo?
No.
Councilor Prozinski?
No?
Councilor Riccardi?
No.
Councilor Sargent?
No.
Councilor Torrio?
No.
Councilor McCarthy?
No. The matter of reconsideration of 11 members voted, 11 negative. The matter is not reconsidered. Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the Sewer Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2021. So that is Public Services Sewer total of $646,798. Engineering sewer expenses of personnel, non-personnel, $670,518. Treasurer debt services and short-term debt services, $1,884,587. Short-term debt services of $47,000. Sewer assessment to the Southern Essex Sewer District of $4,763,997, and insurance deductibles of $5,000, for a total expenses between personnel and non-personnel of $8,017,900. And I move for that, the Sewer Enterprise Fund, and I move for approval by roll call vote.
Any discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Krasnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent, Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, in the matter of the total on the Sewer Enterprise Fund in the amount of $8,017,900. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Council Torrio.
Thank you. I move for immediate reconsideration. Hope it does not prevail.
Council Torrio moves for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. No vote means you do not want to reconsider.
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
No.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hapworth,
No.
Council Madore,
No.
Council Marcillo,
No.
Council Krasnowski,
No.
Council Riccardi,
No.
Council Sargent,
No.
Council Torrio,
No.
and Council McCarthy.
No. On the matter of reconsideration, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Further committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Water Enterprise Fund, Public Services, water personnel and non-personnel total of $693,448. Engineering water personnel and non-personnel expense total of $709,768. On the Treasury side, we have water long-term debt of $2,315,546. Water short-term debt of $53,000. Salem Beverly Water Board assessment of $2,674,926, and insurance deductible of $2,500, for a total Water Enterprise Fund amount of $6,449,189. And I move for approval by roll call vote.
Council Torrio is approved by roll call vote in the amount of the total of the Water Enterprise in the amount of $6,449,189. Seeing no discussion, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Krasnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the total for the Water Enterprise Fund, the matter of $6,449,189. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the Trash Enterprise Fund of amount engineering trash enterprise personnel and non-personnel.
Reconsideration.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
I'm in a hurry.
That's
It's
all right.
late. My family went to bed. Move for immediate consideration in the hopes it does not prevail.
Council Torrio moves for immediate reconsideration. Hope does not prevail. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hapworth,
No.
Council Madore,
No.
Council Marcillo,
No.
Councilor Presnowski,
No.
Councilor Riccardi,
No.
Councilor Sargent,
No.
Councilor Torrio,
No.
and Councilor McCarthy.
No. On the matter of reconsideration, we have 11 members voting, 10 in the negative, 1 in the affirmative. The matter does not carry.
Okay, now I can do the trash enterprise fund. Thank you, Mr. President. Engineering, trash enterprise, personnel and non-personnel, $3,876,199. And I move for approval by roll call vote.
Councilor Torrio moves for approval by roll call vote for the total trash enterprise fund, the amount of $3,876,199. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? Seeing no discussion.
Councilor Dibble,
Let the record reflect that Councilor Sargent has recused himself.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
No.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Presnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the total of the trash enterprise fund, we have 10 members voting, one abstaining. We have 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, one abstaining. The matter carries. Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the issue of PEG Access Enterprise Fund, I move that be referred to Committee on Administration. Oh, sorry. Well, it's the immediate reconsideration. I keep skipping it. So I move for immediate reconsideration and hope it does not prevail.
Councilor Torrio moves for immediate reconsideration. All does not prevail. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble,
No.
Councilor Dominguez,
No.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
No.
Councilor Madore,
No.
Councilor Marcillo,
No.
Councilor Presnowski,
No.
Councilor Riccardi,
No.
Councilor Sargent.
Refused.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Torrio,
No.
Councilor McCarthy,
No. On the matter of reconsideration, we have 10 members voting, 9 and 1 abstain. We have 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstain. The matter does not carry. Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we also have the PEG Access Enterprise Fund, as I mentioned at the beginning of this. This I move that we refer to the Committee on Administration and Finance, co-posted.
Councilor Torrio moves this matter be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance, co-posted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 10 plus my own to refer it back, to refer this matter to A&M.
Yep. And now for informational purposes, we don't have to do a separate vote on it, but for information purposes, that means our total enterprise funds are $18,343,289.
88?
89. 289. 18,343,289.
I have an 8 written on mine. Laurie, could we?
Should be 89, but go ahead, Laurie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Which number were you asking for? I was working on some other things at the same time, so.
Total enterprise
fund.
Minus the PEG access.
On the PEG access?
Yeah, we had to take that out because it wasn't in committee.
Just the total on the spreadsheet, Laurie, the total enterprise fund without the PEG.
Right, so all right, hold on 1 second. I'll give you that number. That's going to be.
Should be the green column above the last one.
Yep, so I'm showing a number of 18 million, I'm sorry, so it's 18,343,289. So it was 19,034,539. It was subtracting off 691,250. For a total of 18,343,289.
Thank you.
I think it was just a rounding thing, Councilor McCarthy.
Yeah, it might have been an Excel rounding thing or something. But
It's fine, just want to be consistent, that's all.
Yep.
So,
Okay, and so finally, with PEG removed, that leaves our total operating budget for 2021 at $170,502,774, which will have PEG added in separately after the fact as an enterprise fund. And I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terrio moves for adoption for the total operating budget as amended in the amount of $170,502,774. Any questions? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble,
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Council.
Yeah, the button, yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Presnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the approval of the total operating budget for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $170,502,774, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for immediate reconsideration. I hope it does not prevail. And the last time I was here this late, I think only Councilor McCarthy and Councilor Sargent were with me, and we were voting into the dead of night. Yes, and the city clerk was with us too for that one. 300 times, if I
Not
recall.
our latest. It's not our latest, though.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We want to go down that road. Can we move for a minute? Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilor Dibble,
No.
Councilor Dominguez,
No.
Councilor Flynn,
No.
Councilor Hapworth,
No.
Councilor Madore,
No.
Councilor Marcillo,
No.
Councilor Presnowski,
No.
Councilor Riccardi,
No.
Councilor Sargent,
No.
Councilor Torrio,
No.
and Councilor McCarthy.
No. On the matter of reconsideration, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Thank you, everyone, for the budget. 24, we've done. 25, we've done. We're on page 26, petitions.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
We have held from the last meeting the request from residents on Chestnut Street to hold a block party July 4th, 2020 from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. with no rain date.
Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be denied.
Councilor Madore moves this to be denied for COVID reasons because the governor's order doesn't allow this. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just to remind folks that this matter was referred in hopes that the governor would change his restrictions, but that has not occurred. And between now and July 4th, if something does happen, the neighborhood can put forth another petition.
Yep, agreed. Councilor Madore's motion for denial. All those in favor? See all the hands. Councilor Dibble, you're not voting or? You're not voting?
No, I'm voting.
Voting to deny.
Right.
Raise your hand. We're not going to take a roll call on this. Okay. Let the record reflect, I saw 9 hands plus my own 10. Now I see 11. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm voting, I'm not on the same page with you. I'm voting against it. I'm not looking to deny their block party.
So you're, okay, so you're voting against the governor's order. So we have a 10 member.
No, you cannot do that. You cannot put words in my mouth like that. I'm voting just wrong. It's wrong.
I'm just saying, there's a governor's order that we can't, there's no public gatherings more than 10 people in a space.
That's right. we could make it conditional upon we could approve it conditioned upon if the governor's office approves it.
It's not the motion by the ward council. The motion was, is that correct, Council Madore?
Neighborhood is aware that they would be denied on the condition that the order has not changed.
Thank you. Council Madore's motion was to deny. And for clarity, okay. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? Motion is to deny.
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
No.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the denial of petition, we have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The matter does not carry. The matter is denied. Sorry. Didn't come out worded right backwards. I'm just tired. Further petitions.
We have a request from the residents on Bedford Street to hold a block party on June 27th, 2020 from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. with no rain date.
Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the last one we just did, unfortunately, I'm going to have to move to deny this due to the governor's order on COVID.
Thank you. Council Flynn moves to deny. Any discussion? Yep, go ahead, Council. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, there's not enough time for me to wait on this. There's only 2 days. I did reach out to one of the persons that were on the application to explain this to him. Very sorry this happened. Unfortunately, though, there are no block parties allowed. And, of course, we have to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to share what I had discussed with the Chestnut Street neighborhood. So the governor's order does allow gatherings of more than 10 if it's within an enclosed public space outdoors. And since they have a park in their neighborhood, that's probably what they'll go with. They still have to wear masks and distance themselves. They just was hoping to have a street block party on July 4th, but they do have a backup. So if the council from Ward 4 want to offer that advice to see if they can gather in a public park as an alternative, if they have the space. I'm not familiar with the street. That could be another option for them to still have a gathering.
Thank you, Councilor. Council Flynn acknowledges that. Madam City Clerk, you please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of the denial of the residents from Bedford Street to hold a block party, we have 11 members voting. Actually, let me rephrase that. On the motion to deny the block party request, we have 11 members voting, 10 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. The matter is denied. Further petitions.
We have 3 public guide applications.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that these be granted.
Council Madore moves that these be granted. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Seeing none, thank you. On Council Madore's motion that these be granted, all those in favor? I see 11 hands, Council Madore. Thank you. Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. The matter carries. Further petitions.
We have 2 claims.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that these be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs.
Councilman Moore moves that these matters be referred to the Committee on License, Orders, and Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? Matters are moved to the License, Orders, and Legal Affairs. Unfinished business, we already handled page 27. Oh, Councilman Madore, actually, I just saw something. We have to do something relative to the first one we never dealt with. I'm going by my notes. Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table this matter as well.
Councilman Madore moves to table the first matter on page 27 relative to accessory dwelling unit sections 3.1, the table of principal uses. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble,
No.
Councilor Dominguez,
No.
Councilor Flynn,
No.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
No.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of the table, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter is tabled. Further unfinished business, page 28.
We have held from the last meeting the second passage of an ordinance amending traffic relative to crosswalks.
Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for a second passage by roll call vote. Second and final passage by roll call vote.
Councilman Madore moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote. On discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that at the last meeting, we had the concern regarding the space on Front Street, how that impacts the businesses there. And given the time that the materials were sent to the council in regards to where these locations are, I allow for more time to review the materials. Hope everyone has done that. Councilor Prosnewski, at-large Councilor Prosnewski, and I visited with the businesses on Front Street to let them know that we will work to come up with some compromise and changes on Front Street so that we do not lose a parking space on Front Street, and they were happy to hear that. So I hope we're ready to move forward with this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
The Council Flynn, was that a hand up?
No.
Okay.
No, no.
Sorry.
Sorry if I missed.
That's right.
Okay.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes, in the matter of an ordinance amended traffic section, chapter 42, relative to crosswalks, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have the second passage of an ordinance relative to traffic handicap parking Lawrence Street.
Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second passage by roll call vote.
Councilman Marcillo moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote. Any discussion?
No discussion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes, in the matter of the
Second
matter
passage.
of the traffic ordinance relative to the handicap parking, chapter 42, section 50B. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further unfinished business.
Do a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic relative resident sticker parker on Derby Street.
Councilman McCarthy moves for adoption for second by final passage by roll call vote. I have no further discussion. Madam City Clerk, unless anyone has any discussion. Madam City Clerk?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Krasnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torium?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the second passage of an ordinance amending traffic section, chapter 42, section 75, resident sticker parking, Derby Street. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Any other unfinished business? No one else have anything to say? Seeing none, Council Sergeant.
I just want, can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd like to reiterate to Steve and Jean Dibble and their family how much we've all been thinking of them and supporting them, and that we're behind them and all they're going through in the past couple of days and going on in the future. And just make a quick motion to, with all that's going on in the country and all the attempts for people to vilify the opponent and sometimes shame people on Facebook, that we stay united as a council, whatever our votes are. And then to give a quick thank you to Councilor Toriel for going, and his team for going through this budget and doing all these Zoom meetings, and Council Madore on legal affairs, and Council President McCarthy for all the meetings you've gone through for all this COVID, getting through this difficult time. City Clerk and Assistant City Clerk, and help us get through all this. So thank you all very much, and good night. I move for adjournment.
Councilor Sergeant moves for adjournment. All those in favor? All those opposed? We stand adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night. Good night. Or good morning.
Yeah, I see that.
Good night, everybody.